Good evening, everybody. We are going to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to ask my colleagues if they could please unmute themselves and join me. I pledge allegiance
to the
to the flag of the
of the United States
States
of
of
America,
America and
and
to the republic
for which it
stands
stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible, with
with
liberty
liberty
and
and justice
justice for all.
for all.
Thank you, everybody. Because this is a remote meeting, I am going to ask Ms. Sullivan if she could please call the roll.
Mr. James,
Present.
Dr. Coleman,
Present.
Mr. DeRujo,
Present.
Dr. Rivera, Ms. Robinson,
Present.
Mr. Tran,
Present.
Mr. O'Neill,
Present.
Ms. Oliver Davila.
Present.
All members are present with the exception of Dr. Rivera.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Tonight's meeting is being shared live on Zoom. It will be rebroadcast on Boston City TV and also posted on the school committee's webpage and on YouTube. For those of you joining us on Zoom or at a later date, you can find tonight's meeting documents posted on the committee's webpage, bostonpublicschools.org/school committee, under the February 24th meeting link. The agenda, presentations, and equity impact statements have been translated in all of the major BPS languages. Any translations that are not ready prior to the start of the meeting will be posted as soon as they are finalized. The committee is pleased to be offering live simultaneous interpretation in Spanish, Haitian Creole, Cabo Verdeano, Cantonese, Mandarin, Vietnamese, and American Sign Language. I will ask all of the interpreters to introduce themselves, and then we will activate the interpretation icon at the bottom of your screen. We'll ask you to do that and click that icon to select your preferred language. So now I would like to ask our Spanish interpreters, Juan and Randolph, if you could please introduce yourselves and invite our Spanish-speaking audience to switch to their Zoom channel in Spanish.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. My name is Juan Bernal. I am one of the simultaneous Spanish interpreters assigned for this meeting. I will now proceed how to explain in terms of how to access the interpretation feature for those persons in need of interpretation in Spanish. Muy buenas noches para todos. Mi nombre es Juan Bernal. Soy uno de los intérpretes simultáneos asignados para esta reunión. Vamos a estar tomando turnos con mi colega, el señor Randolph Domínguez, de 30 minutos para propósitos de la interpretación. Para que puedan accesar el icono de la interpretación, tienen que buscar en la parte baja de la pantalla el globo que aparece. Van a seleccionar el idioma español para que puedan escuchar nuestra interpretación. Aquellas personas que dispongan de un teléfono celular tienen que buscar los 3 puntos que aparecen en la parte superior de la pantalla y seleccionar el idioma español donde dice Language Interpretation. Aquellas personas que no vean el icono redondo que parece un globo tienen que bajar la versión más actualizada de Zoom en su computador o tableta. Van al www.zoom.us raya inclinada download para que puedan tener este icono. Y otro aviso importante también, aquellas personas que vayan a dar testimonio público, por favor asegúrense de cambiar del canal español al canal de inglés para que el comité escolar y los intérpretes les puedan interpretar cuando llegue su turno. De español cambian al inglés. Muchas gracias. Mr. Domínguez.
Muy buenas noches, damas y caballeros. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mi nombre es Randolph Domínguez. Voy a ser su intérprete simultáneo junto con mi colega, señor Juan Bernal. Vamos a estar interpretando como el señor Bernal le indicó en intervalos de 30 minutos cada uno. y espero que disfruten esta noche.
Gracias. I would like to now ask our Haitian Creole interpreters, Sergio and Moise, if you could please introduce yourselves and give Zoom instructions in Haitian Creole.
Hello, hello. Hi, my name is Sergio Saint-Hilaire, Haitian Creole interpreter. Bonjour, moi rele Sergio et c'est moi-même qui traduit pour nous et tout ça que nous dit, je dis à m'a traduit et que pas hésiter si nous avons des questions pour nous poser. Et puis là, pour nous besoin entrer dans le screen, on a cliqué en bas computer là, ou après que il y a un globe, ou à cliquer et puis on va entrer là-dedans. Et c'est ça qui permet de participer dans la conversation. Tout ce que tu as besoin de dire, pas hésiter pour dire, OK? Je souhaite que vous preniez plaisir dans la séance ça qu'a fait là. Merci beaucoup.
Alors, bon après-midi, non, moi c'est Moïse Pierre, c'est même continué avec Sergio après-midi pour traduire pour nous. Encore, nous avons ça Sergio pour nous faire en direction. Et si nous avons quelques questions, nous mettons les petits boutons meilleurs pour nous lever, mais nous, et pour nous aider nous traduire après-midi. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. I would like to now ask our Cabo Verdeano interpreters, Maria and Maria, if she could please introduce herself and give the Zoom instructions in Cabo Verdeano.
Boa tarde. Meu nome é Maria Gomes, tradutora de língua cabo-verdiana, e nós também temos aquela Zoom e reunião ali, e ao que se pronto botar calca na língua cabo-verdiana para poder passar ou entender o que nós que sabemos falar sobre aquela reunião ali.
Thank you. I would like to ask our Cantonese interpreters, Anna and Terry, if you could please introduce yourselves and give Zoom instructions in Cantonese.
Thank you. 大家好 Hi everyone, I'm your Cantonese interpreter for the evening tonight. 大家好，我係 Anna， 我係你今晚嘅廣東話翻譯員。如果你想聽到廣東話翻譯服務嘅時候咧，你喺熒光屏下面咧就見到個地球儀咯。咁你撳呢個地球儀，如果你就選擇廣東話，咁你就會聽到我廣東話翻譯噶啦。如果你睇唔到呢個地球儀咧，即係話你嘅手機或者你嘅電腦咧冇呢個功能啦，咁你就要用 Zoom 更新最新嘅版本。咁網址就係 Zoom 點一點 US 揀一揀 download。多謝 ，Thank you so much， 阿 Sir。
Hi everyone, this is Terry. I'm your Cantonese interpreter. 大家好，我係 Terry 啦，我係你哋嘅廣東話翻譯。就啱先謝小姐講噶啦，咁咧如果你係可以睇到你屏幕下邊咧有個地球儀，揾到佢之後點呢個 Cantonese， 你就可以聽到廣東話嘅翻譯啦。OK， 唔該晒你 ，Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to ask our Mandarin interpreters, Maple and Wei, if you could please introduce yourselves and provide Zoom instructions in Mandarin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, my name is Maple. I'm your Mandarin interpreter. 大家好，我跟魏今天晚上将会为大家提供国语的这个同声翻译的服务，请大家现在看一下屏幕的下方，找到地球仪的标志，点击进去，并且选择 Mandarin 国语这样一个语言的选择，你就可以听到我们的同声传译。如果您是用手机或者平板电脑上网的话，你可能要找屏幕下方的3个点的一个图标，上面写着更多，点击进去之后呢，就可以找到翻译的功能，同样寻找这个国语的这个语言。如果你找不到这个功能，可能是因为你需要下载更新版本的 Zoom， 那么请你找到 zoom.com 这个网站，去下到 download 这样的一个网站，去下载最新版本的 Zoom。 Thank you, Wei.
Hi everyone, my name is Wei. I will be your Mandarin interpreter tonight. 大家好，我是您的国语翻译我今天跟 Maple 一起会给你做同传。刚才 Maple 也讲了，就是说你要在这个屏幕底部找到这个翻译的图标就是那个地球仪的标志，然后选择你所需要的，也就是我们的普通话的这个选项，然后你就能够听我们的同传。如果是你的这个计算机或者智能手机不能够看到此功能呢，那可能你的这个 Zoom 的版本不是新的。这样的话呢，请你就是去下载最新的版本就是这个 Zoom.US， 然后是斜线，然后是下载那个单词 download 就会更新。好，谢谢 ，Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to ask our Vietnamese interpreters, V and Duyen, if you could please introduce yourselves and provide Zoom instructions in Vietnamese.
Good evening, my name is Duyên, I'm Vietnamese interpreter. Xin chào quý anh chị, tôi là thông dịch người Việt Nam. Nếu mà anh chị cần thông dịch thì xin hãy nhìn cái màn hình ở phía dưới góc bên phải có cái quả cầu thì anh chị có thể click vào và chọn cái ngôn ngữ là tiếng Việt Nam. Thì để nghe cái thông dịch chứ anh chị cần có một cái phần mềm mới nhất là Zoom US.download thì bấm vào lúc đó thì chúng tôi sẽ cung cấp thông dịch liên tục cho anh chị. Xin cảm ơn.
Thank you. V? Oh, thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is V. I will be your Vietnamese interpreter for tonight. Kính chào quý vị. Tôi là V, một trong hai người thông dịch viên để thông dịch cho quý vị ngày hôm nay. Thưa quý vị là ở trên màn hình có cái quả cầu, xin quý vị bấm vào đó và xin bấm vào tiếng Việt để có thể nghe được những gì thông dịch viên nói, và phải có cái phần mềm mới nhất của Zoom để có thể thải nó xuống để có thể nghe được hết những gì chúng tôi phiên dịch ngày hôm nay. Cảm ơn rất quý vị nhiều. Cảm ơn quý vị. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to ask our American Sign Language interpreters, Michael, Cynthia, and Yolanta, if you could just introduce yourselves.
Hi, good evening. This is Yolanta, one of the sign language interpreters tonight. I'll be working with Michael and Cindy, and I will now let folks know in sign language what they can do to make sure that we are either pinned and or spotlit. Thank you so much. Michael?
Hi, I'm Michael. I'm one of the ASL interpreters for tonight. And Cindy just joined. She was having some technical problems. There she is.
I'm Cindy, and I'm the other sign language interpreter for this evening.
Thank you so much, everybody. It's always just really exciting to see all this interpretation.
Muchas
And so I
gracias
just
para
want to
todos. Es muy
thank
bueno ver esta
all of
interpretación.
our interpreters for helping us this evening and assisting us. We are now going to activate the interpretation icon at the bottom of your screen. And I just want to remind everybody, if you could please speak at a slower pace than you normally would, so that we can assist our interpreters to be able to catch everything that we're saying. And I just want to thank everybody who has signed up for public comment this evening. And the public comment period closed today at 4:30 p.m. When it comes to that time, Ms. Sullivan is going to remind everybody about the rules for public comment again. But just a quick reminder for those of you who have signed up to testify, if you can just please make sure that you are signed into Zoom under the same name that you used to sign up for public comment. You can use the Zoom tools to rename yourself so that the committee staff will be able to recognize you when it comes time to call on you. And we thank you in advance for your cooperation. I would just like to take a moment to welcome our new school committee member, Hernani Diarujo. He was appointed earlier this month by our Mayor Walsh. Mr. Diarujo joined us at our last meeting on February 11th, which was a budget hearing, but tonight is his first official school committee meeting. Mr. Diarujo is a lifelong resident of East Boston and serves as the Vice President of Regulatory Affairs and General Counsel at the East Boston Neighborhood Health Center. He is a graduate of Boston Public Schools, including having attended the Bradley Elementary, the Humana Academy, and the Boston Latin School. And he is a father to 2 future BPS students. So we really want to welcome Mr. Diarujo to our meeting. And tonight we are proud to honor some extremely talented and dedicated teachers who have earned or renewed national board certification. National board certified teachers are highly accomplished educators who meet high and rigorous standards. Like board certified doctors and accountants, teachers who achieve national board certification have honed their skills through intensive study, expert evaluation, self-assessment, and peer review. It is a rather amazing accomplishment, and we are grateful to them for raising the level of excellence in all of our schools. Tonight, we're going to take a moment to celebrate 7 teachers who recently earned or renewed their certification. While we would much rather be doing these citations to you in person, we're delighted that you are able to join us as our special guests this evening. And your citation and pins will be mailed out to you. And I am going to invite a few words from Jessica Tang, the president of the Teachers Union. She was not able to be with us this evening, but she has shared a message via video.
I don't believe there's any sound. Ms. Sullivan, I believe you have to unmute yourself in order for the audio to play.
A grant from the AFT. I apologize. Hi, good evening. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I did want to make sure that I was able to share a message with you all. So on behalf of all of the members of the Boston Teachers Union, I want to congratulate the BTU members being honored tonight for achieving and renewing their national board certification. While there are many ways that Boston teachers model excellence every day in service to students and community, pursuing and achieving this national board certification is a nationally recognized standard of excellence and professionalism that we deeply value. In the last 2 years, through a grant from the AFT, our national union, and investments from both the BTU and BPS, we've collaboratively renewed our national board candidate support program with an increased focus on teacher-led professional learning and support for candidates of color. Thanks to Shakira Ford Walker for her continued collaboration, advocacy, and support for teacher leadership in this effort. I also want to recognize our national board leadership team of Kelly Carafalo, Margaret Aluskas, Susan Gill, Kathy O'Flaherty, and Christina de Guzman, and all of the national board certified teachers who have stepped up to support colleagues across the district these last 2 years. We're excited to see your community grow in the coming years thanks to your efforts. So congratulations again to the newly certified and renewed teachers. The BTU is proud of you and all you do every day for our students.
Thank you to Ms. Tang for her video. Thank you, Mr. James. I thought it was just my earpiece again, so thank you for pointing that out. I got to get new ones, so I thought it was just me. So we're going to begin our presentation, and I will be asking when I call your name, if you could just briefly share your specialty, and also if you want to thank anyone, please feel free to do so. So the first person we want to congratulate and recognize is Kristen Cacciatore from East Boston High School. She has earned national board certification in science, adolescence, and young adulthood. So if you can tell us a little bit about that and who you'd like to thank.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. I'm Kristen Cacciatore. Thank you for this recognition. I'm actually now teaching at Charlestown High School. I've been there the last 2 years, but I was at East Boston High School for a long time before that. I'm an SEI science teacher at Charlestown High School, so I teach chemistry and physics to students in the early stages of developing English language fluency. And I would like to thank my colleagues at Charlestown High School. They inspire and support me every day, and I would especially like to thank my students and their families for all that they do and being part of my life. And I will hand it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations again. I'd now like to recognize and congratulate Laura Gersh from the Margarita Muniz Academy. She's earned National Board Certification in English as a new language, early adolescence through young adulthood.
Hi, my name is Laura Gersh. I teach 12th grade humanities in English at the Margarita Muniz Academy. And I am really delighted that I have a school, the Muniz Academy, that is super supportive of teachers who want to try out new things and be courageous with their instruction and curriculum. And I think that's been really helpful for me. Of course, my students who had to put up with being filmed in the classroom and get used to the camera everywhere. And then my family, my wife, Mare, and my twin boys, Nico and Ezra, who have spent many a weekend just watching me sit at the computer and, you know, play videos over and over again. So I will, I'm grateful for all of that support.
Thank you so much. And now I would like to recognize and congratulate Amber Kelliklar from Winthrop Elementary School, who earned National Board Certification in Generalist Early Childhood.
Hi, everyone. I'm a K-1 teacher, which means that I teach 4- and 5-year-olds at the Winthrop in Dorchester. And I would like to thank my colleagues there for supporting me and helping me with videoing and reading things and just being a sounding board. Thank you to the families and the students who were willing to participate, and to my family for being so understanding of the time that I spent working towards this. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I would like to recognize and congratulate Ellen Latham from the John D. O'Brien School of Math and Science, who has renewed National Board Certification in Mathematics Early Adolescence.
Hi, and thank you very much. My name is Ellen Latham, and I do teach 8th grade algebra at the John D. O'Brien School of Mathematics and Science. I want to thank the faculty, the administration, and my wonderful students at that school. I also want to thank my own personal family, and I want to thank the district. Thank you to the Boston Public Schools. They provide excellent support to teachers to help them through the process of National Board. And thank you all for tonight for recognizing us and giving us this opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to congratulate and recognize Noah Patel from the Roosevelt K-8 School, who has renewed National Board Certification in Mathematics Early Adolescence.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the committee for the recognition and for raising up the board certified teachers and in this way, and the efforts of, I know, Shakira Ford Walker and so many others who continue to support and amplify teacher leadership in our district. So that's really appreciated. Kelly Garofalo in particular was really helpful to me along the way with meeting with me at the BTU many hours after work last year. My team at the Roosevelt School is phenomenal, and it made it so easy to try to do this on the verge of the pandemic striking, and then while it did strike. And my colleagues at the Roosevelt too, who have always been so supportive. Of course, my amazing students who are the reason for the work that we do, which makes it so meaningful. And last but not least, my family, my beautiful kids who bring such joy amidst a pretty stressful process, and especially my incredible wife who has supported, encouraged, and celebrated this experience and my career every step of the way.
Thank you so much. I would like to now congratulate and recognize Ingrid Roche from Boston Latin Academy, who has earned National Board Certification in Career and Technical Education Early Adolescence through Young Adulthood.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me here. I would just like to say thank you to my husband, my sister, and my mother, who I think are out there, as well as the amazing students that I have been able to work with. One of the students who I think is on this call. And then lastly, I would very much love to thank Shakira for all the amazing work that she did, as well as Kimberly Fraser Booth, who helped me throughout this process. Thank you, everybody.
Can you hear me? You can, okay. I can't hear you. I'll figure it out on my end. And I would finally like to recognize and congratulate Catherine Sullivan from the Murphy K-8 school, who has renewed national board certification in generalist early childhood.
Madam Chair, there was nobody on yet.
Thank you. I can't hear anything for whatever. I
Yeah.
apologize for that.
Madam Chair, there was no one else speaking yet.
Okay. Thank you. Is Catherine Sullivan not with us? Okay, thank you so much. So I just want to say, sorry for that technical difficulty. Hopefully that won't happen again. So congratulations to all of our amazing teachers. And we want to thank you. It is because of you that you make our schools excellent. And I also want to thank all the school communities who supported you and your families, because without that support, it would be super challenging. So again, thank you and congratulations. We are now going to move on to the approval of minutes.
Madam Chair, may I make just a few comments?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Superintendent, because I usually see you, so.
I know, I'm so
zoned out.
sorry.
I apologize.
I'm so sorry.
Please go ahead.
Just for the listening audience, I'm going to do this in my superintendent report, but I had a minor eye procedure, so my camera is off. So I just wanted to let the public know that, but I do also want to congratulate all of these amazing teachers. I just can't even imagine having this accomplishment in a year like the year we've had, and how difficult that must have been for them and for their families, and just the incredible dedication to their students and to their community, and all of them recognizing their teams of teachers and Shakira and her leadership. I'm just so very grateful of our Boston Public School teachers, and thankful that President Tang came on and gave congratulations as well. It's a momentous occasion. We wish we could do it in person. We will find a way to do these celebrations in person. And just congratulations to all of you, and thank you for what you do for our children and our families every single day.
Thank you so much, Superintendent, and apologies for that. Yes, Mr. O'Neill, please go ahead.
Madam Chair, may I
Vice
just
Chair.
say this? This is a moment I deeply regret that we are not all in the polling building in the school committee chambers, because to all of our honorees tonight, the teachers who worked hard to get this certification, rest assured you would be getting a rousing standing ovation from the committee and from all your family members and other attendees tonight to congratulate you on your hard work. But you're certainly getting a virtual standing ovation from all of us right now. So congratulations.
I've also had a request from our academic team to have the honorees turn on their cameras so we can get a screenshot of them. They turn on their cameras and come online so we can get your screenshot. Look at those wonderful smiles. Smile big. Do we have everybody? Let me count them. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Superintendent, now can we do the standing ovation for him?
Yes. Now you can do the standing ovation while they're on as well. Thank you for allowing us to take a photo of them and to give them the standing ovation. Thank you so much, everybody. Madam Chair.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you again. And if there's any other school committee person that would like to say something, I'll just open it if you would like to. You do not have to. Okay, I think we all very proud of you, and again, congratulations. So we're going to move to the approval of the minutes from our February 3rd, 2021 school committee meeting, and also our February 11th, 2021 FY22 budget hearing. And at this time, I would like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion?
Madam Chair, I'll just
Sullivan.
note, I'll abstain with respect to February 3rd as I was not present.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Sullivan, can you please call the roll?
Sure. Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. DeRujo,
Yes.
abstain.
Abstain with respect to the 3rd. Sorry. Yes. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Ms. Robinson,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Oliver Davila.
Yes.
The minutes are approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. We are now going to move on to the superintendent's report, and I present to you our superintendent, Dr. Brenda Casales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned earlier, I had this minor eye surgery procedure performed last week, so I'll be off camera this evening. But luckily, I've revamped these superintendent reports to be a bit more engaging, so you shouldn't miss me too much. I also have really shifted a little bit of how we frame these. And so we look at the data and look at outcomes and how we're measuring our strategic plan. And so we are doing data dives at the very beginning and then moving into some of the highlights. And then the last portion is more about updates. So today I'm going to do a deep data dive in transportation performance, because this obviously is something that has been a challenge for us in Boston. When I first got here, it continued to be a challenge, but we have worked really hard with our transportation team, with holding TransDev, our partner that we contract with, accountable, and also with our bus drivers union and others in our monitor union to be able to look at how we do our processes in order to improve our performance. One of the ways we measure that is on-time performance. And so this year we've had some good success and progress in that. And so I wanted to be able to present that to you today. Our target is 95% on time every day. BPS also operates a transportation hotline for families to call with any transportation questions or bus issues that they need assistance with. We strive to keep the wait time to talk to customer service reps under 2 minutes, while ensuring we provide every family with the support they need. This table here shows average monthly on-time performance and average monthly hotline wait times throughout the 2021 school year. I'd like to note the comparison of October to February, the 2 months this school year when all BPS schools have been open. October had 87% average on-time performance and 3 minutes, 45 seconds average hotline wait time. While so far in February, we've had a 92% average on-time performance and 2 minutes and 40 seconds average hotline wait time. As BPS is adjusted to changing public health conditions, we've had 3 school start days this year when significant numbers of new students came into buildings requiring yellow bus transportation. Those dates were October 1st, December 14th, and February 4th. Most recently, February 4th was a record school start day for transportation with 90% on-time performance and hotline wait times under 2 minutes. For reference on-time performance for the first day of school in 2019, this was 43%. And recent daily on-time performance numbers, Monday, our on-time performance was 91%, and performance improved to 95% yesterday. We continue to work and building this on this improved performance, and we look ahead to more students riding our buses in the coming weeks. And I wanted to thank the entire team who has worked so tirelessly for their commitment to improve the on-time performance, as well as all the safety measures that they've taken in transporting our children every day to school. And it's not every day that we get to thank our transportation team and all of our bus drivers. And I just want to make sure that they got a big shout out, because they've been having and hitting their targets for a couple weeks now, and I'm very proud of them. So I'm going to move on to some other highlights around the district. I had the great pleasure on February 9th of reading to Ms. Witten's K2 class at the Higgison K2, or the Baby Higgison as we like to call it. Though it ended up being a remote learning day due to weather, I did travel to the school anyways to read to students learning at home from their classroom. I thought that would be kind of fun. I read I Am Enough by Grace Byers. It's a fantastic book for our little ones about loving who you are, respecting others, and being kind to one another. I again want to thank Principal Carla Jenkins for her incredible energy and for inviting me to visit Ms. Witten's class. I cannot wait to visit with more of our youngest students next week. Yesterday, we held the topping off ceremony at the construction site for the new Boston Arts Academy complex in the Fenway. Mayor Walsh and you, Madam Chair, BAA Head of School Ann Clark, former Executive Director for the Arts, Mirren Parker Brass, and other local officials attended to celebrate the raising of the final steel beam into place to complete the structure of the new state-of-the-art $125 million facility. Before the beam was lifted yesterday, I had the great opportunity to decorate it, and it was also beautified by our incredibly talented BAA students. I was really disappointed I wasn't able to attend the event, but I was able to visit BAA's temporary campus in Dorchester a couple weeks ago to sign the beam. Also last month, I went on a sunrise tour of the new facility with City of Boston Chief of Operations Pat Brophy, who has been fantastic in supporting this project. And this state-of-the-art facility will feature new and greatly enhanced performance and rehearsal spaces, including a premier 500-seat theater featuring a proscenium stage, a black box theater, dance studios, music practice rooms, and fashion technology studios and workspaces. Construction will be completed next spring, and the building will open to students in the fall of 2022. I know our incredibly talented BAA students and staff are so excited for the new school to open in 2022, and we're hopeful that we might even be able to host a few events in the new facility next spring. This amazing building is an example of the facilities needed across our entire city so that all our children have the opportunity to thrive in joyful learning environments. We're also incredibly proud of Boston Green Academy. Yesterday was their big day, and they had a significant milestone and a significant accomplishment. The Massachusetts Board of Elementary and Secondary Education voted unanimously to renew their charter for another 5 years and to remove the school from probation. In their charter renewal application, BGA highlighted their successful second charter term, marked by their completed expansion into a full 612 school, significant and sustained academic improvement, creation of a pioneering career and technical education program, and national recognition as a model green school by the state and federal government. DESE will continue to monitor academic progress through a condition placed on the school's charter. BGA is also excited about the new freight farm, which was recently delivered to the school. Freight farms are self-contained hydroponic farms made of old shipping containers that grow food anywhere and in any climate, and they make that possible. The freight farm will help teach our students about sustainability and will provide them with additional hands-on experiential learning opportunities this spring. I'm so proud of the work of Head of School Matt Holzer and his entire staff at BGA for finding ways to make our environment come alive within the classroom. Tomorrow, there's an event with Mr. Granson to celebrate Black History Month and promote and lift up Black excellence throughout the year. Please join us February 25th at 7 p.m. with our partner City Year, who is hosting a virtual roundtable discussion with Black educators and mentors about the power of representation in education and mentorship and its impact on students and young people. Earlier this year, we reported that BPS hired the highest percentage of candidates of color in the last 7 years, with Black teachers comprising 31% of all teacher and guidance counselors new hires. Although we are really excited about this significant progress, we do recognize that there is still a lot more work to be done, and we're working with some of our stakeholders in order to hold ourselves accountable to do even better next year as we enter hiring season. Our own Chief Equity and Strategy Officer, Dr. Charles Granson, will participate in the discussion with other local educators, including BPS special education teacher, Isabel Dal Rosa. You can register for the event at cityyear.org/Boston/events. Again, this is just a reminder that we are in the middle of school registration season in Boston Public Schools. We do have registration down a bit, so we want to make sure every chance we get to remind our parents and our public, help your neighbors come out and register for school. It's from now until Friday, January 29th. Families can register students entering K0, K1, 6, grade 6, 7, 9 for the 21-22 school year. From February 8th through April 5th, families of students entering the K2, 1 through 5, 8, and 10 through 12 can register students for 2021 and 22 school year. Again, grades K2, 1, and grades 1 through 5, 8, and 10 through 12 can register students for the 2021 school year, February 8th through April 5th. Our Welcome Services team is hosting additional information sessions on all things school registration this Saturday, February 27th. This info session will feature interpretation services in Spanish and Haitian Creole. Recordings from our previous info sessions and additional details on the school registration process are always available at bostonpublicschools.org/register. In addition, beginning next Monday, March 1st, the Dorchester, East Boston, and Rosendale Welcome Centers will reopen for the first time since last March by appointment only. I'm so proud of our Welcome Services team for quickly pivoting last spring to begin providing registration services by phone and online. Our Roxbury Welcome Center is not opening at this time, but we will have staff there on hand to schedule appointments for any family who may show up seeking registration services. There are now 3 ways to register your student for Boston Public Schools for the 21-22 school year. Online, where you can pre-register your student and schedule an appointment to complete the process, and we'll help you over the phone. By phone, call 617-635-9046 to speak with a registration specialist, or you can come in person. Schedule an appointment at the Dorchester, East Boston, or Rosendale Welcome Center. To make an appointment, please call 617-635-9046, or you can use the online appointment system. The BPS registration checklist is also available in 10 languages on our website, so families can be sure they have all the necessary documents to register. Again, all of this information is available online at bostonpublicschools.org/register. I want to just share a little bit more information on vaccines. This is the hot topic of the day, and I want to provide a quick update that we are doing for our employees and the vaccinations for all of our BPS employees and educators. All BPS staff and others in K-12 education are included in the 3rd group of the current phase of COVID-19 vaccine distribution. Currently, only the 1st and 2nd groups in phase 2 are eligible to receive the vaccine. In partnership with BPHC, we're hosting virtual information sessions this week exclusively for BPS staff to provide initial information on the vaccination rollout plan and pertinent information from our medical partners. We hosted an info session yesterday afternoon and have another session scheduled for tomorrow evening. I continue to encourage our BPS staff to check their emails and text messages from earlier in the week and to RSVP for tomorrow's session. We anticipate that we will be able to offer a variety of ways for our employees to receive the vaccine, including working with the BPHC to provide dedicated clinics for BPS staff and our other workers. Each of these opportunities is dependent, of course, on vaccine availability from the state. As we have previously mentioned, about 4% of our employees, including health services and safety services staff, have already been vaccinated. This will be an incredibly important step in our work to mitigate potential spread of the virus in our larger community as we continue working to ensure the health and safety of our students, staff, and families. We've created a website that will launch next week with all the frequently asked questions, information about the vaccines and when it's available, direct links for employees to sign up for appointments. We're also mindful of reaching our employees who don't have easy access to computer or the internet. We'll be staffing kiosks at our bus yards to schedule our bus drivers and monitors. And if an employee needs assistance scheduling an appointment, we have provided a phone number they can call for assistance. Now for a few updates. As you may have heard, the Center for Disease Control, or the CDC, recently released new school opening guidance. Also yesterday, Commissioner Riley joined Governor Baker and state officials to recommend that all elementary students attend school in person for 5 days a week in April. I want to assure you that my team and I continue to review all public health guidance from state and federal officials. As we have throughout all of our reopening planning, we are also working closely with the BPHC, Boston Health Commission, and implementing their guidance. We're following health and safety protocols, fulfilling our agreements with the BTU, and honoring the learning model choices that families have made for their students. We will continue to follow the reopening timeline announced in January, and we are so excited to welcome back our youngest learners on a hybrid learning schedule next week. We'll continue to prioritize the health and safety of our students, our educators, staff, and community at large. And you'll learn more about our preparations in the reopening update later this evening. Also, the commissioner has continued to communicate that MCAS will be required this year. The commissioner asked to open up a window for review and comment, and BPS provided comment to the commissioner. Specifically, we commented that the MCAS should be canceled this year. If in fact he does not cancel the test, we affirmed his decision not to use the results for accountability purposes. We also suggested that he consider adjusting participation rates, given that many families have chosen remote and do not feel comfortable bringing their children in simply to take a standardized test. We also supported the shortening of the test length. We further provided options of doing a random sampling of students as another means to get similar results. And I've also spoke to the commissioner several times about delaying the test. I want to thank the commissioner for the waiver on MCAS for high school seniors last year and this year who were unable to take the high stakes test for graduation. We support the new process for competency determination. However, we believe that the class of 2022 and 2023 should also have this opportunity as the pandemic continues to interfere with our students' education. And this is the only fair thing to do. I know you have been asked to pass a resolution, but we did provide this feedback on January 29th, and I've spoken to the commissioner multiple times regarding our position. And that is my superintendent's report for this evening.
Thank you so much, Superintendent. I will now open it up to questions and discussion from the committee. And if you can virtually raise your hand or in your box. I see Ms. Robinson, I think you had your hand up.
Yes. Yeah. First of all, I just want to again congratulate our teacher recipients and also the two schools and their achievements as well. I'm interested in more about transportation, and I assume that we will get more update as we go into reopening. But even though all of the schools are back in order, we're still only having a small fraction of students riding buses. And we're not at peak timing in terms of getting those students to school on time. What's going to be the impact when we have both more students returning, as they will be? And is there any new guidance regarding if the goal is to have all students back in April, had the guidelines regarding transportation changed in order to accommodate the number of students that are going to need transportation?
Really good questions, Ms. Robinson, and thank you. The state did lessen their guidance for transportation, and they removed the guidance that they had for transportation in regard to number of students on a bus. However, the CDC guidance contradicts that and still requires 1 student per bench. And we are still abiding by the CDC guidance and taking a more cautious approach to not having too many students in the bus. And of course, as you probably guess, many parents have chosen not to use bus service this year. However, we are still running our routes. We are still working toward our on-time performance measures. And this has given us the opportunity to improve our protocols, to improve our processes, and to hold ourselves accountable. And then to celebrate when we do meet those targets. And so I want to thank Mr. DePina, Del Laverne, and the entire bus drivers and monitors, mechanics, dispatchers, Transdev for their continued work. As for the future, we think that because of these things we've put in place, that we will continue to see improvements. It's always tougher on the first day when you have more stops, but I think they're ready for it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Mr. James?
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Chair. I thought the presentation was great, Superintendent. Thank you for that presentation. And I have very much enjoyed the just the photos that you include, and I'm very excited. Although I won't be here, I'm excited to see how BAA's facility turns out. My only question / concern was on MCAS. I agree with you. I don't believe that MCAS should be administered. I think we can all just, agree on the stipulations as to why. My question is, why exactly can't this committee pass a resolution? I'm not sure, why that can't be done. What would be the result of that, etc. So I'd like someone to explain that to me.
Thank you, Mr. James. I think the superintendent, has already made comments. So I think at this point, we are going to wait and see. I don't think that we need to pass a resolution if we have already made the comments, but thank you for your suggestion.
So what would a resolution do if it was passed? What would be the result of a resolution?
From this committee?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that. I don't know the answer to that.
Does anyone on this?
I don't know what it would do. I know that there's been some school committees, but I don't know what it would do. And I will definitely venture to find out, but I don't know. I don't know if you have that answer.
Yeah, anyone at all?
No, but I will look more into it. But I believe, the superintendent has done a really great job with her team to actually have those recommendations, and she has pushed forth DESE. So thank you. Are there any other committee members who have questions? Okay. Thank you so much, Superintendent. I also just want to say that I really enjoyed the report with the many pictures. It's great And I want to congratulate the Boston Green Academy and Matt Holzer and all of the community there, because I know that they've done a lot of really amazing work. And I visited the school several times. It's a really wonderful school. And I was at the BAA topping off ceremony yesterday, and that was really, really exciting to be able to see that. And so I congratulate the community of parents and students who've done so much to support that. And Ms. Clark, the principal, and the parent council. And I know the previous people who've been, talking about this for years. I'm really excited to see that. So if there is no further discussion, I would like to entertain a motion to receive the superintendent's report.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, can you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. DeRusso,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Oliver Davila.
Yes.
The report is passed unanimously.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Sullivan. And before we move on to general comment, I would like to invite the superintendent and her team to present an update on remote and hybrid learning and school reopening. Superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn it over to Chief of Staff Mary Dillman, who will begin the presentation.
Good evening, everyone. We are excited to present to you this evening an update on our remote hybrid learning and reopening. And so I'll start us off with just a quick reminder of where we are today in our timeline for progressively returning our students to in-person learning. So prior to February 1st, we had progressively reopened in November 1st for our day schools, and then again in mid-December for an additional 28 schools with some of our students with highest needs. On February 1st, we fully reopened every Boston Public Schools building to serve our students with high in-person priority, as well as students identified by their student support teams for in-person priority. And so with that, we've been since February 1st serving just over 7,700 of our BPS students in person each week. On Monday, March 1st, we're excited to reopen for our youngest learners in grades K0 through grade 3. 2 weeks later after that, we'll reopen for our students in grades 4 through 8. And then March 29th, our last group of students returning to in-person learning will be our students in grades 9 through 12. We were able to map this out and share it with our families and community a while ago, so that we've been able to plan, ensure that we're very ready for each of these groups of students. And as you'll see with the presentation tonight from other members of our team, we've continued to learn and build upon our successes with our previous reopening phases. But before we dive into that, I'm going to turn it over to the Interim Executive Director of BPHC, Rita Nieves, who will share just an update for us on where we are with our public health metrics.
I'm not sure if you can hear me or see me.
We can hear you, yes, thank you.
I'm trying to click on my camera and it says that the host has stopped it, so maybe something needs to happen so I can unclick.
We can hear you
Okay.
if you want to continue. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mary. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to join you today and share a brief update on the COVID metrics that we have been following. throughout the course of the COVID-19 pandemic. Some of you may be familiar with the 6 metrics that we have established that we have been using to track down how we're doing in terms of the pandemic since the beginning back in February. So there are 6 metrics we follow. The first 3 metrics tell us how the pandemic is impacting our community. And those first 3 include, number 1, the new positive test for COVID-19 in Boston residents. This metric in particular tells us how many new cases we're seeing each day and how quickly COVID-19 is spreading in Boston. To give you, these numbers, as you can imagine, they have fluctuated over the course of the year, depending on where we were at in the pandemic. But to put things into context, right after the Thanksgiving holiday, our numbers went up to almost 450. After the Christmas holidays, went to the 600s, and in the last couple of weeks they've been going down, and today the cases reported were 226, but we've had numbers in the last couple of days that have been lower than that. So the second metric within this category has to do with positivity for COVID-19 in the community. This tells us that the percentage of residents testing positive for COVID at the community level, and we look at the average of every 3 days, it's a moving average. The current positivity as of February 14, which is the latest 7-day average we have, is 3.8%. Some of you, I think, have followed the positivity rate, so you can see that it's come down in the last couple of weeks significantly. And lastly, within this category of the first three metrics we follow is the metric that looks at the number of COVID-19 molecular tests performed. And this metric in particular helps us to understand whether we're performing a consistent amount of testing among Boston residents. So this basically tells us how many tests are being performed in the city of Boston. And we're averaging right now, as of February 14, 4,251. That number has come down a little bit, as you can imagine, after the holidays at the beginning of the year, and especially when the vaccine became available, the interest in being tested have gone down a bit. We don't want this number to go down too much because we want to continue to test, and have the capacity to test anyone who's having symptoms or have any concerns or have had any type of potential contact with a case and has some concerns. So we always want to keep that ability to test high, so we can quickly identify anyone who may have been infected and quickly then be able to isolate the person. And then the next 3 metrics within the total 6 we cover are about, tell us the capacity of our healthcare system to treat persons who may get sick. So these are equal important as the first 3. The first 3, like I said, tell us, how the pandemic is impacting our community. The next 3 talk to us about how well can our healthcare system treat the people that may get sick and get infected. So the first metric has to do with COVID-19 emergency department visits to Boston hospitals. The EDs, obviously, it's a good indicator for us, how many visits and how many people are showing up in an ED with COVID-like symptoms. Really tells us, gives us the pulse of the situation and what's happening in the community. So it really helps us understand the overall impact on COVID-19 also on the hospital emergency departments. Because as you can imagine, the more people that are showing up to the ED, the more overwhelmed an ED department can become. And if they stop having the capacity to test folks and to treat folks, that means, that's when you see hospitals starting to having to transfer patients elsewhere and not being able to even admit folks or see them in the emergency department, never mind admitting them into their beds. The next metric has to do with the hospital's availability of adult ICU medical surgical beds at Boston hospitals. And this is obviously connected to the ED visits, because this tells us how many patient beds are open at hospitals to treat patients. So in this case, if a hospital, it's running out of beds, that means that they have to go to what we call the surge beds. And it means, again, that capacity is being impacted. And if it's impacted in one hospital, it's likely that it's being impacted in another hospital. In the worst scenario of that is that if that's happening throughout our landscape of services in the city, we may come to a place where hospitals cannot treat people, and then that's when you see patients having bad outcomes or having to be transferred to regional facilities. And lastly, the sixth metric has to do with percentage of non-surge adult ICU beds occupied at Boston hospitals. And this tells us how full our Boston hospital and adult ICU beds are. It also indicates when hospitals may need to start using surge beds to care for patients in the hospitals, because they're getting overwhelmed. This is when you see a unit that is meant to be for other purpose turn into ICU beds, and again, in an effort for the hospital to be able to treat the people that are showing up at their doors. So the good news is that all of these metrics are trending in a positive way. We're encouraged by the positive trends we have been seeing in the last weeks. We monitor this on a weekly basis and are monitoring them closely and hope that the positive trends continues. But again, are staying cautiously optimistic, but hyper vigilant, because as you can imagine, we've had positive trends before, and that have been impacted by other factors. In this case, the fact that there's some variants of the virus that we know have been already confirmed in our state could have an impact in these numbers if we end up having increased transmission of those variants that I'm sure you've heard are associated with an easier way to get transmitted from person to person. And so that's why we need to continue to stay vigilant and continue to do all the things that we have been doing for months. And even if you have been vaccinated, you need to continue to follow the precautions and all the prevention measures that we have been talking about for a whole year. May I have next slide is there. So I wanted to just mention a brief summary on some of the CDC guidance that we reference as we make decisions about schools reopening, and just highlight the overarching priorities that are part of this guidance from CDC is that we need to continue to promote behaviors that reduce the spread of COVID within the schools. And this includes, all the prevention measures that we have been talking about, and that I'll mention again in a little bit. Also, that we need to maintain healthy environments, and this includes, making sure that everybody's clear that we need to have systems in place to quickly identify anyone who's sick or who's having symptoms, and making sure that whoever is not feeling well, stay home when sick. Also maintaining healthy operations and also preparing for when someone do get sick, that the schools and the systems are in place so we can make sure we can isolate folks, we can do the contact tracing, we can, our department can be notified so we can help with contact tracing and mitigating, additional potential for transmission. We know that, the spread of COVID can be limited in schools with strict implementation of the following mitigation strategies, including, universal and correct use of masks, physical distancing, hand washing and respiratory etiquette, cleaning and maintaining healthy facilities, contact tracing in combination with isolation and quarantine, and working closely with the health department, which is something BPS and BPS staff have a history of doing before the pandemic, and obviously throughout the pandemic, it's something that it's a regular event. I'd like to take a moment to thank Superintendent Casillas, her leadership team and the staff at all the schools. It has been almost an entire year since we started working closer with BPS because of the pandemic. And, I just want to acknowledge that the COVID-19 pandemic has affected all of us tremendously, personally and professionally. And that the work BPS staff has had to take on has been difficult and extremely taxing for everybody. We've had the opportunity to work closely with BPS every step of the way. And I, personally have observed the BPS team's dedication and hard work to ensure that the BPS families and children can return to in-person education as soon as it can be done safely. The rest of the children, obviously. So part of the work that we have done with BPS throughout the year has included reviewing the reopening plans, the many versions of reopening plans they have to develop over the year. We've always found that their plans have included adequate classroom size and adequate school capacity, and that they've always taken into consideration physical distancing, and have really put a lot of energy into identifying strategies to improve the physical environment where the kids and the staff have to operate, including improving ventilation, air purifiers, other improvements to the facilities that have been implemented, making sure that personal protection equipment it's available, and that appropriate cleaning and disinfection can happen in the facilities. As you know, this is what happens on Wednesdays in the schools that are open. Tackling all these issues for 125 schools is no easy task. And I'd like to thank Superintendent Casillas for her leadership. And we still have a lot of work to do. We still have a lot of students that still need to get back into in-person education, and we really look forward to our combined work together and the work ahead of us in the upcoming months, so we can eventually be able to have children back in schools and families again, operating and having a more usual family life. So thank you for the opportunity of giving you a quick update, and thank you for the work you do.
Of course, thank you so much for thoughtfully walking us through that guidance. I'm going to pass it over to Chief Accountability Officer Corey Harris to walk us through some details around learning model and group changes.
Thanks, Mary, and good evening to all of our school committee members and to the listening audience. As it relates to learning model and group changes, Families had until January the 29th to request changes to their learning model. We had roughly over 5,500 changes that we were able to accommodate. A little over 2,000 of those requests were to move to the hybrid learning model. Close to 2,400 of those requests were requests to move from the hybrid model into the remote model. And then we had about 1,100 requests that were asking to go from cohort A to cohort B, or cohort B to cohort A. Change requests were 50% higher in grades 1 and lower. And then younger students in grades K through 4 requested to go to the hybrid learning model at a significantly higher rate. And obviously the reverse of that is our students in grades 7 through 12, they were much more likely to request to go from the hybrid learning model into the remote learning model. And so that pretty much captures our learning model and group changes. I will hand it off to our health services team.
Thank you, Florence. Good evening, Chairperson, members of the school committee, and Superintendent Dr. Casilius and the BPS community. I'm Jenny Lobalopes, Senior Director of Health Services. This evening, I'll provide you with a brief overview, beginning with student testing. Boston Public Schools is participating in a program with Massachusetts Department of Education and Secondary Education to provide testing to all students who wish to test. This will involve consenting protocols provided in multiple languages to families and parents. This testing is a student pooled testing method, which involves mixing several samples together in a batch or a pooled sample, then testing the pooled sample with a diagnostic test. The test for students is a gentle nasal swab in the front of the nose. This test will not be painful for students. This testing provides for surveillance testing of all participating consented students to help identify infected individuals without symptoms or prior to the development of symptoms as a measure to prevent further transmission. Surveillance testing can be used as an additional layer of mitigation to complement our already existing mitigation strategies, which you've heard of recently, which include mask use, physical distancing, hand washing and respiratory etiquette, contact tracing, and cleaning and maintaining healthy facilities. Staff testing continues through the collaboration with Cataldo and CIC Laboratories. All staff currently working in person in open schools have the opportunity to get tested on a weekly basis as part of our staff surveillance testing. Ongoing contact tracing continues within health services with collaboration with the Boston Public Health Commission. The contact tracing protocol has been added to the Boston Public School website, along with frequently asked questions that are accessible to the BPS community in hopes to provide ongoing communication and ease of information. We continue with vaccination efforts of our health personnel. COVID-19 vaccination to date, there have been 116 nurses vaccinated with a total of 72%. This is based on voluntary reporting from the health personnel staff. Next slide, please. Thank you. Boston Public Schools continue to report weekly updates to the public regarding confirmed positive COVID cases for in-person students and staff. Year to date, from October 2020 to now, there are 192 confirmed positive cases for Boston Public Schools. Out of the 192 cases, 31 are students and 161 confirmed cases are staff. With the increase in surveillance testing, asymptomatic or pre-symptomatic staff are now being identified, which can be correlated with the number of confirmed cases. In the last 4 weeks, The overall number of confirmed cases was 41. There are currently 9 Boston Public Schools with 5 or more cases from October 2020 to present. We do monitor trends. If a particular school is trending upward, we review closely to ensure that all safety practices are in place. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to give the update on our facilities progress to date. And as you can see with our phase 2 window project, we have 12,045 windows were inspected and cleaned and lubricated. And of the 7,000 that we needed to be repaired, we have 6,750 repaired to date. And we have only 464 remaining, and we're on track to complete those repairs by the end of this month. Our indoor quality testing is ongoing. As of February 18th, we had 58 tests complete, but I'm happy to report as of today, we have 107 complete, and we're on track to complete those as well in the next few days. The data loggers that we put the RFP out for, we're in the final stages of awarding that contract. So that should be, we'll have more information about that at the next meeting. And with our PPE, we worked real hard over the last few weeks to establish a coordinated, centralized PPE request process where schools can request more PPE and how we deliver those to schools. Each school has identified a PPE coordinator, and we have a stockpile of frequently used PPE items to last us through the rest of the year. So we're not worried about that. And with that, I'll turn it over to our Director of Transportation, Delavan Stanislaus.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to give the transportation update. Our transportation team have routed all of our students in advance of the March 1st ramp up of additional students returning to school. We have bus routes in place for 8,500 bus eligible BPS students scheduled to return in person. We also ramping up additional staff in our office to be able to support schools and families as they may call in and need assistance. We're currently actively collaborating with the MBTA to support students who are impacted by the suspension of the 18 and the 55 bus routes. We've updated our website so parents and families and or students can go on our websites. They can go on our websites, find links to the MBTA website where they can build out new bus routes and any additional information that they need to support them to get to and from schools. They can also call into our office if they need additional support, and our customer service team has been trained to assist them. On our operations update, as of February 4th, because of the snow day when buses started rolling for our additional HIP students, we have averaged about a 93% on-time performance. Our team has been working very hard and to improve our on-time performance and the services that we provide for students across the district. We've continued to hire bus monitors to ensure that the CDC have given guidelines, CDC and DESE, sorry, has given guidelines on having 1 monitor per bus. We are continuing to work to ensure that we can have an extra adult on a bus. So our team is continuing to hire bus monitors to support that effort. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm here just to provide a brief update on athletics. On the left of the slide, you can see what we have done in terms of the execution of the winter season. And the right slide highlights our efforts and preparation for the start and offerings of sports for the start of the fall 2 season. I think I would just want to take this time now to publicly thank and acknowledge all the coaches and school staff who made the winter a safe and enjoyable, successful season for all of our student athletes. As some of you may have noticed, Our no spectator policy necessitated the streaming of games, which provided a unique opportunity for school communities to engage and socialize through athletic contests. I'd also, on behalf of the students and coaches, I'd like to thank all my colleagues on the operational team who have worked to support the various pieces, requirements, and protocols surrounding executing athletics these past 7 weeks. We will be concluding our winter season with the Basketball City Championships, which started tonight, and will end with championship games on Saturday afternoon. And I'd also like to recognize Latin School, who was able to sweep all 4 of their dual county league postseason tournaments last weekend. That concludes my update, and I will pass it on to whoever is next.
Good evening, members of the school committee. Thank you for inviting us for an update tonight. Across the district, we're planning for and implementing supports for young people in a number of ways, 3 of which I'll tell you about tonight. First, our out-of-school time hubs. These learning hubs, 9 of which are currently running in collaboration with nonprofit partners, are currently matching high-need students to the services being provided at those hubs. We have about 4,500 students that are being served right now through those hubs, and an additional 10 are scheduled to open by March. We're expecting a total investment close to about $1.5 million in collaboration with the city for those services and hubs. We're beginning to plan for another summer full of learning and play in collaboration with our partners. There are a number of programs that are being planned similar to last year, but expanded. We're expecting to have at least 16,000 seats available and filled for young people this summer. And our goal really is to ensure that every young person has a plan for a meaningful summer full of growth. In addition to the programs you see listed here that span K0 through 12th grade and provide credit recovery for our secondary students, as well as programs really particularly specifically designed for our English learners with disabilities, our students with disabilities, and really all of our students. There are also, you'll also hear about the Exam School Initiative, which will be running this summer, as well as partnerships with the City of Boston to connect young people to job opportunities. Ongoing right now, and actually just completed last week, was the first of 2 Vacation Week Acceleration Academies. Our February Acceleration Academy served about 600 and just a little less than 650 students across the district in all grades. Our focus was on literacy, using high interest, culturally relevant texts, and a project-based learning approach. Students engaged in really fun, meaningful projects, from building terrariums and stress balls at the English, to analyzing short stories at Cash, comparing and contrasting texts at the Philbrick, and engaging in culinary exploration at the Blackstone. Really want to shout out the site coordinators who worked hard to make sure that every single student had personalized outreach, that calls to families were case-loaded, and contact, if not made on first attempt, was tried again and again so that attendance was as high as possible. This program will be running in April as well, in additional 10 sites with a math focus, and we look forward to bringing you an update about that Acceleration Academy later this spring. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Chief of Staff Mary Dillman.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, team. At this point, I think we'd just love to turn it over to the committee and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much to the team for your report. And just in general, I think for everybody's efforts. I think one of the presenters talked about doing double time. I think we know that. So we just want to thank everybody. You know, there's a lot of people behind this. We're not part of this that weren't speaking, that are helping us to continue to provide services, school, et cetera. So thank you. And now I would like to open it up to any of the committee members for questions and discussion. If you could just raise your hand either virtually or in your box. Ms. Robinson.
Okay. Thank you very much for those amazing reports. It's clear that logistically, there is an enormous amount of activity going on in the district just to get people where they need to be, et cetera. And maybe it's too soon to give any updates, but I'm really interested in the quality of the experience once kids are in school. What does the day really look like? How much time are kids really still spending using their devices versus are they able to actually interact in the classroom? And if we're moving towards more in-person versus, virtual, how will that be managed as we move to adding more and more students in? Will a teacher still be required to do, in-person teaching as well as working with students online? I'm really trying to get a sense of beyond, all the logistical issues of getting in and being safe, what next, what happens?
Yeah, thanks for that, Ms. Robinson. Much of what we are doing, obviously, as Rita shared, is a lot of logistical, operational lift to be able to make sure that we provide for the health and safety of our full community. So that has been a lot of the attention. However, our teachers have been busy improving their practice. So they have been working and doing professional development sessions. We have been conducting walkthroughs during that time. The in-person experience is different. As you know, we have many of our students back to school who have special needs. So their individual learning plans are driving their experience in school and the services that they get. But as we welcome back our general education students, many of our schools, I don't have the exact number, but I can get it for you, have approved plans for creative schedules so that they do not have to do the simultaneous teaching, so that the in-person teaching is separate from the remote teaching. So some of our schools have figured that out. And so we can bring back more information from our academic team on the in-person experience for you at another meeting if you'd like to have that.
Yeah, I'm most interested, are we going to be able to get kids off screens when they are in person? I hear the longing of kids to go back to school, and I'm sure their image of going back to school is what they had prior to all of their learning on screens. And so the question is, what will be the joy of the in-person learning experience, given the fact that I still acknowledge that there are a lot of restrictions.
Yes.
And so just really wanting to know what the value of moving kids back in person and, and how will they be excited about learning and not, really caught up in the logistics of trying to not break any of the COVID related safety rules.
Right, and all good questions. And, we have a number of teachers who are doing similar practices that they did prior to COVID with stations and moving in flexible grouping, going out to recess playing instruments. I was at a school visit in East Boston, and they had school instruments delivered to many of the East Boston schools. And so being able to play instruments, we cannot do music in choir, obviously, yet. So we continue to use outdoor areas when the weather permits, indoor areas in gymnasiums where they can go into and spread themselves out. So teachers are trying to work within the safety protocols that we have. But I'm not certain, Ms. Robinson, if we will ever go back to what it was exactly without using technology now that our students are one-to-one. I think we are going to be integrating technology in all new ways because teachers have now had that opportunity to use that. And it does work for many of our students. And so I think we'll see a mix of blended learning opportunities in the future. But we can bring back more information and anecdotes and show some examples of the really great work that our teachers are doing, both in the remote environment and in the hybrid environment.
Alrighty, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to pass it now to Mr. DiArujo, and I know that you're new, so just to let you notice, we have a clock here for 5 minutes, and we ask school committee members and staff responding to keep that time limit, because we want to make sure we're able to hear from our public commenters. We have a large public speaking contingency this evening, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will not use all my time. Also want to say thank you for that very thorough presentation, and in particular to highlight Director Nieves walking through the comprehensive metrics that the Boston Public Health Commission has put together. I think that we're very fortunate as a city and as a school system to have our public health experts to develop metrics that are specific to the reality on the ground, to our system of healthcare, to our population, of course, informed by state and federal guidance, but most importantly, both for efficacy and I think legitimacy as well, that it is rooted in our lived experience on the ground. So thank you for that, and look forward to continuing to monitor that and view that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Coleman?
Great. I just want to briefly echo your comments, Madam Chair, that it was a thorough report, detailed report, touching on all of the major issues. And since we really are creating the plane as we're flying it, and it's very hard for any of us to really know what's going to work. And I think your attention to detail, as Ms. Robinson is asking, will allow us to then you to track the outcomes of this work. And so we look forward to your ongoing iterative process and how you'll give us information as things proceed. So I want to really deeply appreciate Dr. Cassellius, your team, and the efforts going into this in the service of our children, and know how anxious we all are for it to go well and not to have to experience some of the fears that we all also hold. So thank you for your work.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. And thank you, Mr. DiArujo.
Thank you so much. Vice Chair O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Superintendent and the team, for this presentation. I have a quick question, 2 questions actually, and a comment. Superintendent, do you have any concerns beyond a rapid increase in positivity rates, which of course is more of a bigger issue? Do you have any concerns otherwise in being able to meet the timelines that you've laid out? And I'm saying this more to be able to reassure our parents who are, kind of anxiously watching that and then nervous about caveats, so to speak. Is the main caveat really about a change in positivity rates in the city, for example?
So we're pleased with our positivity rates right now, Mr. O'Neill. We have had 4 measures, which is the measure of Boston Health Commission. They want to have 4 measures in a row under 5, and we have had 2 measures under 4. Our current rate is 3.4% positivity within the Boston community. And many of our neighborhoods have also seen these declines. And so that's the good news, but that doesn't mean people still shouldn't mask up and stay
Of course.
socially distanced at 6 feet. And so with that positivity rate going down and with our mitigation efforts and with our expanded testing to students that we plan on doing, we believe, and it's students and teachers, that we are putting in place really strict mitigation efforts. And because we're in schools, people are, following protocols because you're in school. And families, and when we meet with our families, sometimes we let our guard down. But when we're in school, the teachers, will say, do reminders, if somebody's mask comes down or their own mask comes down. So I just think that's not the issue for us. Truly, what's the issue for us now is just capacity, because as the weather gets better and as parents see other children heading back to school, we see difficulty with the capacity in some of our schools. That's the bigger issue. We also have taken a cautious approach in the return of our students by having every 2 weeks, and we've been planning for this now since January, so we feel really ready. And the Boston Health Commission has also asked us to take a cautious approach with waiting 2 weeks before we return our next group of students, which is the 4th through 8th grade. And then we are returning our high schoolers at the end of the month. So others are talking in CDC guidance and the president talking about K-8, even the commissioners talking about K-8. But we have seen a big need, and we have heard Mr. James talk about mental health of our high school students. And there's a lot of reasons for seniors and others to want to be together for these momentous and once in a lifetime opportunities. So we would like to open for our high school students that want to return. Again, everybody has the option not to return, but we'd like to provide that opportunity for them to do so. I am somewhat nervous about the commissioner's call yesterday for the 5 days a week and the message that it sends. Not that we don't want to do it, but just that we think there could be capacity issues. So we may be in a position of having to apply for the waiver because we just are a large school system, and it's just really difficult to shift on a dime like that.
And there's still some discrepancy, right? The CDC talks about 6 foot distance and the state was talking about 3 foot distance.
That's correct. It's
Right,
6 foot distance when you can is the standard.
Yeah.
But if you can't, you can have distances that are lower. However, these are the distances that our parents are accustomed to, feel safe about. And so we are, continuing to watch that and listen to the guidance from our BPHC partners on whether and when we can lower that down. I suspect at some point our rates will be low enough in the community where we will be able to lower that, the rates will be lower, that we would be able to lower that on our guidance as well at Boston Public Schools.
Thank you. And you mentioned the testing. A quick technical question. The students will be part of the test with the state of doing the pool testing, if I interpreted the slides correctly, and the teachers and rest of the staff will have the option to be tested if they'd like to. I believe I heard that correctly. My question is that testing happening at every school or only there was a box that was tucked to see in the right-hand corner of testing sites across the city?
Currently, we are testing at 53 sites. Our goal is to expand our student testing, But of course, that involves, some greater work. I don't know if Mary, you want to speak to it a little bit more in detail on the student testing.
Sure, I'd be happy to. And I know that we also have Jenny on with us as well. So the student testing will be at every school, but the staff testing is where we're sort of clustering each week. And collectively, because we have a 2-week schedule over the 2 weeks, we'll actually be at 75 different schools over the 2-week schedule. But every week, staff continue to have options to test, and those are at the 53 in a given week sites that the superintendent mentioned.
Great, thank you. And just in the interest of time, because my time is up, I'll strictly say, I hope we continue to pay very strong attention to the students and families that have chosen to stay remote. And that we continuously reach out to them, not only for their education, that they're doing remote, but also communicating with those parents about what's going on in the schools. So I just want to make sure we don't forget those folks. I know we don't, but I feel an obligation to say that out loud.
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. O'Neill. And I'm very proud of our communications team, our family engagement team. We have sent text. I think we gave an update on our last reopening, a bit of update of all of the message we've sent. And we will continue to do so. We have increased our translations and interpretation services in order to get these messages out, and used other media in order to get the messages out. So we'll continue to do that. It's a value. It's a strong value of this committee, and it's a strong value of my team as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I only have a couple of comments as well. And I totally agree with Vice Chair O'Neill. And I think one of the things that was really important to me when we shut down and we were trying to reopen in the fall is to make sure that families had a choice. And that's really important, especially when many of our communities have been hit extremely hard. Looking at the Latino community, which is, where I focus my work, and making sure that, those families have choices considering the rates have been really high. So I do want to respect people's choice and continue to do that. And I do want to thank you, Superintendent, and your team, everybody, behind you, beside you. I know it's a lot of work, and I know it's not perfect, but, who could have expected what would have happened this year? And I think, we have learned a lot. My comment is around, and I know this is going to happen in future meetings, but really want to focus on what we have learned, lessons learned from this that we can use to imagine, as you said, as you always say, reimagine when we, have a full return, which I don't know when that will be, but what lessons have we learned that we can take into that? And then, also what lessons have we learned that we can use this summer? And I just want to say that I was really happy to hear about every student having a plan for the summer. I think that's really, really important to make sure that there's, students have options, families have options. And again, using those lessons learned in the summer, for the summer, and then for the fall. And then, I do want to hear in the future, not right now, how we are figuring out, and I know we'll be talking about this, like where students are at and how we're going to have strategies and interventions. And I know that's forthcoming, and I'm sure that that's on people's minds. So I just want to say that. And then the only other comment I have is that I was glad to see so many different staff at the Boston After School and Beyond meetings, which has tons of community partners around it, and just making sure there's coordination. So I just want to stress, as I always do, that especially in the summer, we, last summer, where the district decided to have, additional summer programming, and that's wonderful, that's great. But just again, I would just urge to make sure that it's very coordinated with out of school time, so that, we're not duplicating efforts, and that, there's lots of different programs that can be in different schools, And also making sure that we coordinate because the out of school time programs also hire teachers in the summer. So when there's more programs in BPS, like we don't want to be competing, we want to be collaborating. So I just would just mention that. And those are my only other comments. So I just want to say, again, thank you to the team for the presentation. And I know, some people are presenting, but there's a lot more people behind all of those people. And thank you for your leadership on that, Superintendent. So we are going to move into public comment this evening. And I just want to remind everybody about our new practice, which is to identify the neighborhood which you live in. And we are committed to hearing all the voices, and we just want to make sure that all parts of the city are included. And this is a common practice among other city departments during their public meetings. Just want to say again, if people could speak slowly for the interpreters. And we do have a lot of speakers this evening. I believe it's like 62 or something like that. And so I just want to ask people if you can please keep to your time. We want to be able to hear from everybody. I know that it can be passionate to come up here and there's a lot of emotions on different issues and we want to hear from you. It's really important that we hear from you, but I just want to ask people to really keep to their time so that we can hear from everybody. And with that said, I will pass it to Ms. Sullivan to begin general public comment.
Thank you, Chair. The public comment period is an opportunity for parents, students, and other concerned parties to make brief presentations to the school committee on pertinent school issues. Questions on specific school matters are not answered at this time, but are referred to the superintendent for later response. Questions on specific policy matters are not answered at this time, but may be the subject of later discussion by the committee. We have 62 speakers this evening. So in accordance with school committee policy, time will be reduced to 2 minutes per person. And I will remind you when you have 30 seconds remaining. Those who require interpretation services will receive an additional 2 minutes. To the attendees who are listening to simultaneous interpretation on a different Zoom channel, please move over to the English language channel when public testimony is being translated from a non-English language. Speakers may not reassign their time to others. Large groups addressing the same topic are encouraged to consolidate their remarks or choose a spokesperson to provide testimony. Written testimony is appreciated and encouraged. Please state your name, affiliation, and what neighborhood you are from before you begin. When I call your name, please raise your hand virtually in Zoom. Also, please make sure that you are signed into Zoom with the same name you used to sign up for public comment. That will allow us to identify you when it's your turn to testify. We'll begin this evening with our students, starting with Ashley Long, Tiffany Luau, Graciela Berman Reinhardt, and Jada St. Louis. If you can please raise your hand virtually. Ashley?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Hello, everyone. I am Ashley Long, a junior Boston Arts Academy student, and I am a resident of Hyde Park. I want to talk about the push to open schools. This pandemic has been hard on a lot of people, especially people of color. The virus disproportionately affects us and has been hitting us the hardest. With a student body made of mostly students of color, what are you going to do in order to keep us safe? How are you going to get the vaccine to all of your students? Because a mask and plexiglass is not going to stop students from spreading the virus to their teachers, school staff, and their own families. And if the remote school system is so stressful and hard for the students, why aren't you working on fixing the system that you made instead of opening the schools? Some students have asthma and other lung diseases that make them easy targets for corona. Opening schools is easier said than done, and from what it seems, the push to put your students in dangerous situations goes against your whole job titles, helping students. There really isn't a good reason or excuse you can give to tell your student body why they need to go back to school while 500,000 Americans have died from this virus. Why aren't you asking the students about what they want and how this virus affects them? Student votes and voices matter. Our student rep, Mr. James, has been voicing this for a long time, and enough is enough. It is also a bit frustrating to see how it took 2 hours for you all to publicly discuss how you want to endanger your students before letting the students speak.
Thank you, Ashley. Our next speaker is Tiffany Luau.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Lowe, and I go to Boston Latin School, and I reside in the Austin Brighton area. And I am here to talk about why Kamani James, the student on the school committee, and the following student reps on the school committee after his term should deserve a vote and a stipend. As Kamani has constantly been on the committee for hours long, that can go up to like 1 a.m. He deserves a stipend and a vote for all the work that he does. He is the only person on the committee that actually attends the BPS schools currently, the one that has to live with the reality of every decision that is made by the committee. And other than that, he is a student that is balancing his schoolwork, all his other extracurricular activities, being also part of the Boston Student Advisory Council, just to attend these meetings for hours and hours long. He deserves a compensation for all the work that he does. And it's a lack of respect and trust for the students for not allowing Kamani to have a vote on all these matters that are going to affect us all and how we are going to handle our lives in school. And my ask is that everybody on the school committee would support the student having a vote and having the stipend and standing in solidarity with the BPS students across the district as the home rule petition is being pushed in legislature currently. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Graciela Berman Reinhardt. If you can please raise your hand. Also Jada St. Louis, Kishona Weeks, and Kelsey Rizzo. If you can please raise your hands in Zoom. Graciela.
Hello, my name is Graciela Berman Reinhardt. I live in Roslindale and I'm a senior at Boston Latin School. The BPS Office of Equity makes a bold claim. It says that its goal is for our school system to be unimpeded by bias or discrimination, in their words, to be a place where individuals of all backgrounds and experiences are welcomed, included, and encouraged. There is no extra clause requiring a high school diploma or exempting teenagers from this inclusive treatment. Meanwhile, our city's school committee, the group of people entrusted with making changes that directly affect the lives of our students, attempts to fulfill this promise of including people of all experiences with their single student representative. Boston's demographics are changing. BPS 30 years ago is not the same BPS we know today. Including only a single person who can speak to the firsthand experience of attending a current Boston public school hardly lives up to our promises to include individuals of all experiences. Even more inadequate, though, is the second-class status our single student representative endures in contrast to their adult peers. The disenfranchisement of the only youth voice on the council is not only in direct contradiction to our district's commitment to inclusivity, but is a lost opportunity to value a perspective of change. At the head of every great social movement, from civil rights to gay liberation, youth have led the way, defying America's conservative mindset. Having learned from these examples today, the long overdue action we must take is to empower our youth representative with a vote so that the voice of the present and of the future can help us move forward and progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Graciela. Our next speaker is Jada St. Louis.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jada St. Louis, and I'm a senior at Boston Arts Academy and a Dorchester resident. Today, I'm commenting because I've seen the work that students have put into reaching out and checking in on their community. I've seen the effort, and it's baffling to me that there are members of your committee that feel as though students are too young to have a say or vote solely because they are young. Not to mention for that the work our students do, they are not giving any compensation when they should be given the same compensation as the adults. They do not even receive work accommodations. And for the students like me that are trying to amplify the stories and voices of other students, it's very discouraging to see how the students aren't supported properly. Thank you for allowing me the space to speak, but the 2-hour wait makes it a lot less accessible for those who have things to say, but cannot be present the entirety of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Kishona Weeks.
Hello, my name is Kishana Weeks, and I am a senior at Boston Arts Academy, and I currently live in Mattapan. Since I was young, I've been told that my generation was going to be the change, and I think we started to make this very clear with the recent protests around the country led by the younger generation. While we are making our voices outside the classroom clear, it seems we are not given that same space inside our schools. There may be a few adults in this room who think we aren't qualified enough or are too young to understand and make choices in our district. But I'd like to remind you of all the times we are living in now. The new acknowledgement of police brutality, the recent hate crimes against Asian and Asian Americans, and the fact that the COVID virus is disproportionately affecting communities of color. I would also like to remind you that BPS is one of the most diverse school districts in the nation, with 9 in 10 students being of color. All this to say that our advocacy for ourselves should start and be supported, special emphasis on supported, in our district, especially for the many students of color who now more than ever need to know how to use their voice. Currently, at my school, the yearbook club, student government, graduation committee, and so much more is being student-led. There are multiple of my own peers who have found ways our school could improve and been able to advocate for that improvement. We've created social media campaigns, we've marched in the streets, and some of us have even voted in one of the most important elections in decades. So the argument that we are simply too young to have a voice in our own district is becoming very unjustifiable and should be intolerable. School committee, I encourage you to support us students in having a meaningful place besides the adults, as we have shown how extremely capable we are of doing so. Please make sure your support is visible and loud, because us students definitely will be. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelsey Rizzo, and she'll be followed by Katie Malcolmus, Zorli De La Rosa, and Grace Malcolmus. If you can please raise your hands virtually. Kelsey Rizzo.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, I'm Kelsey Rizzo, a senior at Boston Arts Academy, and I am a South End resident in Boston. Today, I'd like to bring up a few points about the double standard of the arts and athletics, the need for senior support, and the student vote. First, I'd like to bring attention to the fact that there are winter sports in session and spring sports planning to happen, yet I'm still unable to attend in-person dance classes at school as a dance major at Boston Arts Academy. I understand COVID is very dangerous, but with proper precautions, we can make it work. Not to mention, at Boston Arts Academy, passing your dance classes is a requirement in order to graduate high school. I ask that you recognize that arts are just as important as athletics. Secondly, I'd like to speak on behalf of the Boston Public Schools senior class and say that throughout our senior year in online school, dealing with a worldwide pandemic, going through the college process, and trying to fulfill our final year in high school, I feel as though the class of 2021 has received little to no support through all of this. Not to mention, there is still congratulations class of 2020 written on the BPS website, which is simply just discouraging. Lastly, I wanted to emphasize that our student representative, Mr. James, is juggling all of the struggles I mentioned and the workload of being a school committee representative. I ask you all actively to support us seniors, to acknowledge the double standard on the arts and athletics, and to fight with us for the student vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katie Malcolmus.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katie Monkmus. I'm a senior at Boston Arts Academy, a Dorchester resident, and I'm back again. I want to emphasize that before I make my statement, I am fully aware that school committee does not have decision-making power in the student representative receiving a vote, but I would also like to emphasize the power in which you all's voices and positions hold. In the week before break, I spent continuous long nights consisting of 5 to 8 hour phone calls and Zooms with school committee member Mr. James and other students to organize our student-led retreats. Our 8-hour work nights were followed by hours of homework and eventually days of us running off of 2 to 5 hours of sleep. On one day, we spent hours connecting with district officials to receive access to a Zoom webinar link to hold our town halls, in which after 3 hours of running in circles, we were denied. We then had to upfront $60 to purchase a webinar account to simply create the space for the authentic conversations that our community members and primarily students need. Us student panelists and facilitators then gave up our February vacation, our mental health break, to host a 3-day retreat for the community because it was needed. Our 3-day retreat followed with 2 days of workshops on what public comment was because it was needed. Last week was just one example of the endless work us students put into progressing our district. And school committee, I want to make it clear, your silence is a disregard for the work of us students and how we are tirelessly and endlessly putting it in. You simply can't make a statement once to showcase your support. That's watching the movement, and we are asking you all to move with it. Through social media, express your support for us students to receive the respect, vote, and compensation we deserve. It's crazy that the only school committee member that knew what a resolution would do in regards to the MCAS was our student representative, and he cannot vote. It needs to be made known that the adultist tendencies and practices are no longer acceptable in BPS, and that our students are respected and valued enough to not just be represented as lip service, but to be heard and listened. At the table, we don't just deserve a high chair. We deserve the same seat you all are sitting in because we are doing the same work. And I want to emphasize that we deserve the same bread you all are receiving as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Zorley De La Rosa. I don't see her in our attendees, so please raise your hand. She'll be followed by Grace Malcolmus, Tan Bui, Anya Edwards, and Damian Durgan. Is Zorley with us? Okay, Grace Malcolmus.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Hello, I'm Gracie, a BLA student and a Dorchester resident. Let's go ahead and turn off our phones. We're going to talk about the mental health crisis amongst BPS schools that is never taken seriously. Tell me, do you truly believe that the suicide hotline number, not even illegible to read at the very bottom of our school's emails, is enough to prevent suicide in BPS? Or BPS fetching out unqualified guidance counselors that don't even match BPS school demographics? Let's talk about the time that I was told by my guidance counselor that due to my anxiety, I could only qualify in a community college because it would be impossible for me to thrive in a rigorous college environment. And my experience is not unique. In a survey given to Boston students, 54.6% of them note experiencing neither accessible nor adequate mental health and wellness supports. These experiences exist because you have unqualified staff with outdated licenses out here having the right to harm students through their own vision of what mental health support should look like, and that is sickening. BPS schools are granted with the autonomy to decide what their mental health support looks like in their district, to in their schools, to in their classrooms, to in their teacher-to-student relationships. Now tell me, why are we normalizing students sacrificing their mental health to slave away at schoolwork that isn't even compensated? We work more than the district, more than all of you sitting in your seats right now, except for my student representative, Kimani James. School committee members and Dr. Casillas, I am looking at you. You all need to be more assertive and put your foot down with the schools that have found it okay to ignore the conversation on mental health. Your silence is complicitness. Matter of fact, don't the BPS school core values include respect, responsibility, and integrity? It looks like we're lacking in all of those categories. So on behalf of all the BPS students, I am looking forward to hearing from all of you about your positions on mental health and how you plan to destroy this poor structure of autonomy that schools have over mental health supports and create an environment that is built for students, because this support isn't a want, it's a necessity. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tan Bui.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, my name is Tan Bui. I'm a student at BLA, Boston Latin Academy, and I live in Dorchester. I came here today to raise the issue of adequate student representation in this school committee. And I wanted to address specifically the comments made by Mr. And I'm sorry if I pronounced your name incorrectly, Mr. Arani De Arujo. In the words of Mr.
If you
Walsh.
could please direct your comments to me, please, as the chair, and not point out any
Oh,
school
yes,
committee members, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. It's just that Mr. De Arujo, Chair, in the words of Mr. Walsh, was brought on because he has, quote, strong roots in his community, and over the course of his career, he has worked with an intentional focus on bringing equity and access to diverse Bostonians. Yet later he goes on to say that, quote, 15, 16, 17-year-olds are not adults yet, and I think while we should give them leadership opportunities and develop them into adults, I don't think that they should have a vote. It is not fair to the 50,000 constituents of Mr. Kimani James and Mr. Kimani James himself to not be able to vote on matters of this committee, as well as being denied a stipend for his work, because every single day he has gone after school to these meetings, he has talked to reporters, while all the while he has balanced all of his schoolwork. It's simply not fair to us, and it's simply not fair to him, because we as a school system cannot pride ourselves on greater education if you're going to condescend to us students and tell us that we cannot vote and that we do not have a voice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anya Edwards.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Hi, everyone. My name is Anya Edwards. I'm a senior at Boston Arts Academy and a Jamaica Plain resident. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. As my friend Katie said, I want to emphasize that before I make my statement, I am aware that the school committee does not have decision-making power over the student representative receiving a vote, but I would also like to emphasize the power that all of your voices and positions hold. As student body president at BAA, I work closely with our BSAC rep, Katie Malcolmez. This year, I became more aware of the work that BSAC and the student rep, Kimani James, do to help our district. The students in BPS are constantly working to improve our district for future generations. Yet I see time and time again, these students' efforts and voices are disrespected. One of those moments that I found as a student very disheartening was when a committee member was quoted in the Boston Herald saying what the student before me said. I think that 15, 16, and 17-year-olds are not adults yet. I think while we should give them leadership opportunities and develop them into adults, I don't think they should have a vote. Katie says that she estimates that her and the school, the student rep, probably spend about 30 hours a week doing work for the district. If these 15, 16, and 17-year-olds are working 30 plus hours for our district, which is pretty much a full-time job, just like many adults have, why should they not be given decision-making power in their own education? Currently, the conversation about performative allyship is very prevalent. As a student, I am incredibly grateful for the school committee members who have come out in support of the student vote and therefore student voice. But unfortunately, until our student rep, the only elected member of your committee, gets a vote, the allyship towards our students from our district will never be able to reach a level past performative allyship. We need to create structures that give students a voice in their education to ensure that future generations of BPS students are heard. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Damian Durgan, and he'll be followed by Lorenzo Bartoloni, Shanti Dean, and Simon Chernow. If you can please raise your hands virtually. Damian?
Yes. Good afternoon. Before I start, let me just say, for the love of the children, please turn off your phones and turn on your ears for once. All right, my name is Damian Durgan of the MLK School, and I'm an 8th grade student. So this may surprise some of you, and it will flip your philosophies right on its head. Here it is. I am human. This sounds silly, but obviously some of you didn't know this and still don't know this because you lack the wisdom beyond years to reward the student vote and a well-deserved stipend to a student representative that does more work than the average adult. I am severely disappointed that you'd refuse to give power to the one person who truly deserves it. Even though it would help the school district, maybe it's just because I'm a kid and I have no clue the complications and consequences of the economy for giving them a decent wage. Maybe I'm just a blind sheep, who knows? Maybe giving a vote to someone who the verdict is directly affecting him will single-handedly destroy the economy or something. How would I know? I'm just a kid, right? Obviously, I'm too naive to know what I want in the schools I spend more time working for, whether in asynchronous, virtual, doing homework, or in school, than I have free time. You'd think that when you vote for school policy, even though you haven't been to the modern day in ages schools, the ones happening right now, the student representative is still in school and knows exactly what he's talking about because he's living through it. Oh, I'm over time. Oh well, that's only like half of what I was going to say. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Durgan.
Thank you, Damian. Our next speaker is Lorenzo Bartoloni. He'll be followed by Shanti Dean, Simon Chernow, Chamara Oates, and Damian, we already had you. Thank you. So Lorenzo.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
My name is Lorenzo Bartoloni. I go to Boston Latin Academy. I'm a student and I live in Jamaica Plain. I'm here today to talk about why the student on the school committee deserves a vote and a stipend. This member of the committee is unique in the fact that they attend a Boston public school, meaning that they are being directly affected by the decisions made on the school committee. They will also have an inside look into what strategies work and what don't work. They provide a meaningful perspective on issues with the public school system and can give a much stronger and less biased opinion from a student's point of view than any adult on the subject. The student on the school committee is crucial in order to gain this perspective, and disallowing their vote shows a lack of respect and trust in our youth. It is completely unjust to not view the student as an equal member of the school committee to anyone else, so they should be treated accordingly. My ask is that every member on the school committee come out in support of the student having a vote and receiving the stipend and stand in solidarity with BPS students across the district as the home rule petition is pushed into legislature. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shanti Dean.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shanti. I attend Boston Latin Academy, and I would like to first speak directly to everyone in the committee, excluding Mr. James. I would like to say that you're doing a tremendously terrible job. I could go on and on about the lack of teacher support and the utter neglect of both students' mental health and basic COVID procedures, but I clearly don't have enough time to go over all of that. But I do say this, I 100% believe Mr. James, as student representative, who is also on the committee, deserves a vote and his stipend that he was promised. If you can't tell from my name, I am South Asian. I know what child exploitation looks like, and this looks like it. And I also know what tokenism looks like, parading around Mr. James like a prop as if you actually listen to him or the people during public comment, because I do see the reflection of your phone in your glasses, just an FYI. To add on to that, I would like to say I'm currently co-authoring a book about ageism and adults working with young people. It will be used for research, and I'm very inclined to tell the author to use this as a clear-cut example of adultism, specifically in the workplace. That was all serious, but on even more serious notes, there's truly no better person for this job than Mr. James. He's an extraordinarily brilliant and hardworking person. Though he has a seat at the table, his input is disregarded and is always undermined because his identity as a young person invalidates all his opinions, and his other identities are deemed political. If there are to be any steps forward, I think giving student representative a vote and proper compensation would be the steps to take, considering people such as LeConto's replacement want to further disenfranchise the same people they work for. I am so tired of this performative activism.
Our next speaker is Simon Chernow.
All right, y'all can hear me?
Yes.
All right, cool. Hi, my name is Simon Chernow. I am a senior at Boston Latin Academy and a resident of Jamaica Plains. Today, I'm here to speak as a student on behalf of myself. I was planning to start my public comment with the quote that everyone stated many times, so I'm going to skip that so we don't have to hurt our ears anymore. There's a lot that is problematic about this quote, but I want to start with how this made me feel as a student in Boston Public Schools. Personally, I felt disrespected, insulted, and attacked that someone representing me feels comfortable enough to go on public record with the Boston Herald and state that students do not deserve to have a voice, and more specifically, don't deserve a vote on the school committee. The idea of students receiving quote unquote leadership opportunities without a voice to back them up is like telling a student they made the basketball team, but all they really do is fill up water bottles and clean the floors. That's how it feels. And I wanted to make sure that it was clear that it was hurtful to hear this quote from a student as a student. Well, not from a student, as a student, and from someone who is supposed to be representing me. Now, on top of this, how it personally affects me, it also shows a lack of education and awareness to the grassroots student-led movement that is taking place all across the city of Boston. That being the push for the student on the Boston School Committee to receive a vote and a stipend, just like the rest of the adults on this board. You would think that the recent appointee to school committee would do the work to know what are the major things going on in BPS, but I guess that's beyond me. Anyways, I am back again to ask for 100% support from every school committee rep as we work to pass a home rule petition to give the student a vote and a stipend. At this point, I don't even feel like needing to give an explanation, but if you want to, feel free to email me. I'm not going to put my email because I already got in trouble for that. And lastly, I do want to thank the members who have already came out in support, because we really do appreciate that and it does mean a lot. And I urge the rest of the members to follow in your colleagues' footsteps and support this. Thank you for your time. Oh, and I also wanted to mention that the speech about athletics earlier, I'm on the swim team. We have yet to get open a pool to be able to swim at, and we're trying to start our season, so that kind of sucks. So yeah, maybe if y'all could put in the word, get us a pool so we can swim. Thanks. Have a good day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kamara Oates.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Kamara Oates. I am a junior at Boston Latin Academy and a mental health ambassador at the Boston Project Ministries. I am also a Dorchester resident. I am here today to talk about the effects of having a lack of support for mental health and neurodivergent students. These two topics are equally important together as they are separate. The lack of mental health support is sickening. Teachers do not care about how their classes or workload are affecting their students, nor do they take the time to do a simple check-in. They also don't think to inquire about students' mental health if they notice a lack of engagement, completed homework, and as a result, slipping grades. This also plays into the lack of support for neurodivergent students. Neurodivergent students' brains are wired differently than that of a neurotypical one. We feel emotions like stress and issues like mental health often more strongly than our neurotypical peers. The lack of support alone is distressing. You are setting neurodivergent students up for failure, not to mention the insanely long process you have to go through to even be considered neurodivergent by the school system. It can take months, especially in the midst of a pandemic. That's months that we are suffering for, especially when teachers have gone to meetings and know about your neurodivergency, but do nothing to accommodate you. You're failing your neurodivergent students. Why would anyone lie about something like that? The lack of support leads to feeling like there's no one you can talk to, causing more stress, causing a worsening of that student's mental health. At the bare minimum, teachers need to have check-ins with both their neurotypical and neurodivergent students, not just go off what planned actions are listed, but actually ask and listen to what a neurodivergent student needs.
20 seconds.
Take better care of your students. You're failing us. These issues could have easily been brought up by the student rep who you also refuse to give a vote to and a stipend. I want you to give a student rep a vote and a stipend and make sure students are checked in with. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Charlie Adams, followed by Sophia Liang, Henry Stengel, Kadio Barbosa, and Amory Salker. If you can please raise your hands in Zoom. Charlie?
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Charlie and I'm a BPS student residing in Southie. I wanted to say before I got into my comment, the fact that no adult with the vote and compensation in hand could explain what a resolution in opposition to MCAS would do, but shooting it down at first thought is heavily embarrassing for y'all. That's like being a mechanic and not knowing how to fix my engine and then not being interested in figuring out how. I am once again here to address the fact that you have all failed, not only Kamani, but students like me, in stepping up and illustrating your support for a student vote. I don't care if you mentioned supporting the student vote 2 to 3 years ago, or if you personally contacted Kamani to let him know how you feel about it. I, a student in BPS, need to know what you're thinking and what you're feeling right now. You gotta let all 50,000 plus of us know what's up. Y'all have phones, social media, news outlets, everything at your fingertips. It's a matter of using it. I need to understand why you guys have been putting minimum effort to advocate. Are we against student vote? Are we racist? Are we adultist? Are we confused? Or are we all the above? It's sounding like all the above to me. I know the chair tried to make it clear that we can't pick and choose who gets to be spotlighted, but De Araujo made it clear that they don't support the student vote. For that, I expect the same energy we carry towards Oconto's racist remarks, we must carry towards De Araujo's adultist and racist remarks. Y'all seem to ignore the fact that BPS is majority Black and brown students who are treated as if they don't exist in your policies or thoughts. After this public comment, I don't want to hear any of you defend him, like dead that. This student vote doesn't only affect Kamani James and students after him, it affects your very own children within BPS. How are you all raising children in this world to be independent and strong, but not fighting for your very own children's right to be politically active? Y'all love the idea of students becoming political until it crosses your very own powers and beliefs. On top of that, we all know the stipend falls under your jurisdiction, and I haven't heard y'all say a peep about it. At this point, if you support child labor plus the silencing of these children, then just say that. Where's Dr. Umar when you need him? It's Black History Month, hello, and y'all are still continuously working off of our backs with no representation, no vote in hand, and no adequate compensation. Don't get me upset, y'all, but thank you and have a good night.
Our next speaker is Sophia Lang.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm Sophia, senior at Johnny O'Brien, and reside in this Brighton area. I'm testifying today about the student vote. For several years, I've noticed the unchanged practices of the students being not fully represented at the school committee. It is time for that to change and for students to get a vote as they represent us as students and have frontline experiences of what it's like being in a learning environment. It is only fair that they get equal voting rights as a member on a school committee and as a student and every other student. We want to be heard and definitely think the student on a committee deserves to be heard just as much as every other member there. Their continuous effort and hard work after long hours of school should definitely deserve a vote on issues surrounding the district. In addition to the vote, they should be compensated and paid like everyone else in the committee. This is why I asked for the student vote to be mandated in order to achieve true equality and true student voice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Henry Stengel. You can please raise your hand virtually. Henry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Henry Stengel. I'm a student at Boston Latin Academy. I'm mental health ambassador at Boston Project Ministries, and I live in Jamaica Plain. I'm here to talk about how sexual education has been really underdeveloped and it desperately needs an overhaul. As a junior, I had my first and only experience of sexual ed in freshman year. This class also included substance use awareness. So in theory, that blend sounds good to teach students. In practice, it didn't explore sexual education as well as it should have. Due to the short period of time I learned about it, I feel like I retained very little information about what was taught. However, even if I retained all the information, I'd really only understand the basics about what our sexual organs are and basics in sexual safety. Sexual ed needs to divulge more useful information about our sexual anatomy, same-sex sexual intercourse, and safety that expands from just condom usage. If sexual education expanded across another year or two with this in mind, it could have not only positive, but also long-lasting impacts on students who will soon be turning into adults and will come into contact with sexual situations more commonly. On a last note, the student representative is the only one here who is currently being impacted by this poorly implemented system. So it doesn't make any sense that he can't even vote on issues that he would be the only one here to personally experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Katie Barbosa.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, good evening.
All right, good evening. Thank you. So what's good, y'all? My name is Cadio Barbosa, but please feel free to call me Cat. I'm a senior at the Jeremiah E. Burke High School, and I'm a resident of Dorchester. And I am here today as a student speaking on behalf of myself. I come to you all with two major issues. One being the lack of awareness when it comes to the power of student voice in BPS, and even more importantly, the lack of action being taken to get the student rep on school committee a vote. In terms of student voice, the district does a dirt poor job, and I mean dirt poor, of making it known that students hold incredible power and their voices actually mean something. I find it infuriating that the same people who preach student voice is important at the table are the same ones snatching that seat away from them. I myself didn't learn the value of my voice until it was too late, which is my junior year. And that was when I was introduced to programs. Why did it have to be programs and not my school, might I add, that taught me the significance of my voice? I propose we stop being selfish, stop putting up a facade like we care, and actually do something, which perfectly goes into my next point about student vote on the school committee. I find it disrespectful, to be frank with you all, and that's an understatement, that it's been 10 plus years and the student member has yet to receive a vote and even compensation for their incredible work. That's like intentionally giving us the wrong key to our home and not letting us eat, ultimately leaving us out in the cold. Would you want to be left out in the cold? I'd assume not. So why do it to the students who are experiencing everything you don't? I think it's about time we make the right change and just give us the right keys. Like, I'll end with this though. If you found anything I said to be disrespectful, it just may be that you're adults. And I challenge you to step back, reflect, and think about it. If you're not supporting young people in this work, why are you doing this work? It's about time adults stop viewing young people as disrespectful simply because of the gap in our age. It's just a number, especially since you're not experiencing what we have. You never have and you never will. With that being said, I truly do respect you all and thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Mary Sulker. She'll be followed by Charlie Kim, Ruby Reyes, Edith Bazile, and Roxy Harvey. Mary?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Amiri Solker. I live in Hyde Park and I go to Boston Latin Academy. I'm here today to talk about why a student on the school committee deserves a vote and a stipend. Kimani James is currently a student who attends these hours-long meetings in addition to all the other responsibilities he has to fulfill. He's the only person on the committee who actually attends a BPS school and experiences the changes that your legislation affects firsthand. He's already doing all the work necessary to be on the committee, but does not have a voting seat here. My ask is that every member on this committee come out in support of Kimani or any qualified BPS student to have a seat and a stipend as a home rule petition is pushed in the legislature. In addition, my peers and I on the BLA swim team have been receiving mixed messages on the swim team, the season, and where we can practice. We have been told that we're supposed to start this Monday, but we have not received a definite location to practice in. We have a pool available at the Blue Hill Boys and Girls Club on the corner of Blue Hill Ave and Talbot Ave, but we have not received approval from the school to practice there. We have been told that we are to practice at the Mildred School, but we have not received official approval to practice there either. My peers, my coach, and I have talked to our headmaster multiple times throughout the preseason, and we have not received clear instruction on what the situation with our team is. I'm just asking for further clarification on the swim season for BLA and BPS students, as well as more transparency on issues related to sports as a whole. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlie Kim.
Good evening. My name is Charlie Kim, and I'm a parent of two students, Isabella and Madeline. We are residents of the North End. The most influential people in Isabella's life are from her school. Our family is thriving today because of the amazing educators at the Horseman School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. Make no mistake, my passion, which can be seen as emotional, is because I care so much for Isabella and all her educators. This is why I come tonight to speak about the irreparable harm BPS is doing to the Horseman School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. Perception is reality, and it appears BPS is systematically closing the school. The Office of Special Education is diverting students from enrolling to the school by using the mainstream team for the deaf and hard of hearing as defined on the BPS website. The school principal has abruptly resigned. The superintendent promised a new building plan, but the chief financial officer has not set aside the capital budget. And the chief financial officer also cut Horace Mann's operating budget next year. How can a reasonable person not think BPS is systematically closing the Horace Mann School? There is one consistent thread here: follow the money. The chief financial officer is the only consistent authority over the Horace Mann, and he holds the power of the purse. In 2018, Ernst & Young issued an audit report on BPS. It found severe deficiencies over financial controls and a blatant disregard for public money, specifically calling out the office of the chief financial officer. This should have been an alarm to everyone. Currently, the Chief Financial Officer is not a certified public accountant. He has no public accounting experience or any formal education in audit. A certified public accountant pledges, signs, and reports to an independent association for ethics and governance. The Chief Financial Officer has the power of the purse, but currently he has no guiding principles, ethics, or professional oversight. He is operating roguely and will put BPS at risk of obtaining the $120 million COVID-19 federal grant. I hope everyone tonight takes what I say seriously and acts on it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ruby Reyes.
Thank you. My name is Ruby Reyes, and I'm the director of the Boston Education Justice Alliance and a Dorchester resident. The current budget process, as with Build BPS and student assignment, continues to lack transparency. Central office is not accountable and parents are being gaslighted. Gaslighting and institutional racism are synonymous. It is when there is an imbalance of power and families are manipulated into questioning their sanity. It involves things like countering, withholding, trivializing, diverting, and flat out denial. For example, the families from the Horace Mann School were promised the Edwards as swing space, then told that was not true. This is countering, questioning the memory of the Horace Mann community. Withholding is when a racist institution refuses to have a conversation about an issue, like when the Blackstone families were promised $5 million for Doors and Walls by Laura Perrell, but have been getting brushed off by Dr. Caselius. Or when teachers had their warnings trivialized in the reopening process and are still figuring out the impossibility of teaching in person and online at the same time. Then there was the academic department that was gutted of 9 people. The pandemic response has focused on food distribution and school resource officer reports instead of a plan for quality online and in-person learning, diverting away from academics. We need racial and ethnic disaggregated data on students in person versus remote. Then there is flat out denial, such as the land grab of the McCormick Green Space, where the school committee outlined a process, then did not follow it. Or this budget process where Nate Cooter tells parents that budgets are not losing core programming and staff, but families know they are losing funding and students through the BPS managed student assignment process year after year. When we ask for more information, we're told to check the website. However, the Explore budget tool has not been updated with FY22 numbers. The weighted student funding formula, which determines school budgets, has not had a comprehensive equity analysis either. The lack of transparency is an indicator of a lack of accountability. What we need is the district to stop actively and knowingly doing harm. Stop gaslighting, being abusive to educators, families, and students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Edith Bazile.
Making budget decisions aligned with racial equity tools separates empty rhetoric from mission, purpose, goals, and outcomes. Universal pre-K is a wonderful equalizer, but Black and Brown preschoolers have less access. I ask, where is the budget equity analysis? High quality early childhood is crucial for children who require early learning start and also for students who are emerging from early intervention programs. How does Boston ensure that Black and Brown students have access to these early intervening supports? Again, where is the equity analysis? The exam school's admission policy was temporarily revised for a year, but if equity analysis was done, it would prove there needs to be a permanent removal of racial barriers to Black and Brown students. Literacy is a goal, is an empty promise without highly qualified leadership, MTSS, evidence-based professional learning, and ongoing coaches. Why is teachers still doing simultaneous instruction? Where's the equity analysis on probable org staffing formulas? Like exam schools, AWC has historically excluded Black and Brown students with impunity. The district has an alternative, the Excellence for All program. It is time for the district to support EFA, fund EFA, and scale it across the district. Yet again, the equity tool has not been applied to make the right budgetary decision. The dismantling of the Horace Mann School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, which has served students with disabilities, is similar to what happened to the autism program at West Roxbury Complex. Again, budgeting decisions regarding the Horace Mann School were not driven by use of an equity analysis, which may be a denial of faith. In the words of Shirley Chisholm, quote, "You don't make progress by standing on the sideline, whimpering and complaining. You make progress by implementing ideas," end of quote. As we emerge from this pandemic, students only have today. Accountability matters and equity must be centered. Passively upholding the status quo is supporting racism. Denying students with disabilities what they need is ableism. Black and brown students don't deserve quality instruction, equity, and access. They are entitled to high quality instruction and access.
Hey, Ms. Bazil, your time is up and there are a lot of other speakers. I know what you have to say is really important, but if you could please wrap up. Thank you.
My last statement, it is not the most the district can do. It is the least the district must do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Bazil. Next, we'll hear from Roxy Harvey, followed by Sharon Hinton, Emma Winger, John Mudd, Joni Fink, and Brittany Hampton. If you can please all raise your hands virtually in Zoom. Roxy Harvey.
Thank you. My name is Roxy Harvey, and I'm a Dorchester resident and parent to two neurodiverse children and chair of the Boston Special Education Parent Advisory Council. The current school committee guardrails and goals need to be strengthened to address and identify specific opportunity and achievement gap evidence-based closing practices on the district, school, and classroom levels based on student outcome metrics. As an example, the goal for English learners to achieve a percentage of minimum growth on the English Learner Access Test by June 2026 is only one measure of English language acquisition versus academic skill sets. Furthermore, the goal listed for students with disabilities to have a percentage of students demonstrate growth on English student growth percentiles and to increase students in inclusion settings by June 2026. It's an incomplete measure without planned protocols in place to support those students. We need to evaluate how special education services are allowing neurodiverse students to access and succeed with the curriculum being taught and how they generalize those skills to real life. Our students need high quality instruction and access to trauma-informed practices, regardless of whether their families chose in-person or remote learning or the school they're assigned to. Access to high quality instruction cannot occur if we're only willing to provide remote learning in front of a Chromebook in school buildings, regardless of student need, even with flexible staff schedules. As such, this is time to think about the weighted student formula and the different needs of our students. We cannot reduce sub-separates and increase inclusion without ensuring that supports are in place to support the students that were previously in sub-separate program. It's imperative that we ensure appropriate MTS services and supports are in place for all of our students, and that is not a replacement for special education services. Otherwise, it's just a dumping of students into the reverse instead of sub-separates into inclusion and a setup for failure. In summary, I just want to say that we must listen to our families and students and value their voices. We need to keep promises and also listen to the Horace Mann School for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing and their needs for a swing space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Our next speaker is Sharon Hinton. I don't see Sharon in our attendees list. If you could please raise your hand if you're with us, Sharon. Okay, our next speaker is Emma Winger. Emma?
Hi, my name is Emma and I live in Charlestown. I'm a mother of, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. I am a parent to a current K2 student and a prospective, hopefully K1 student. First, I want to say how grateful and incredibly excited we are for my kindergartner to return to in-person learning after almost a year out of the classroom. We are incredibly grateful for the extraordinary efforts that have been discussed on this meeting already to make this happen, and to his amazing teachers and school leaders for executing this. Second, I want to urge all the key players to begin to plan now to full-time in-person education to begin at the very latest by the start of the new school year. My younger son has been successfully and safely attending in-person daycare full-time since July. I cannot imagine sitting my 4-year-old in front of a computer in September. I urge the district and the Health Commission to be guided by the most current science, which among other things supports the safety of the 3 feet social distance. Please do not quickly dismiss the leadership from DESE in favor of always doing what appears the most conservative approach, regardless of the harm to students. Please take advantage of DESE's offer to provide vaccines to veteran teachers. It is essential that part of this planning include a concerted effort to make all students and all families feel safe in returning to the classroom. I absolutely understand why families must be given a choice right now, but I do worry about what message that sends to families about the safety of in-person learning, and that fear must be overcome by the district. Finally, I urge the key players to let us, the parents, know what we can do to make sure all this happens. We really, really want to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Mudd.
Good evening. My name is John Mudd. I'm a longtime BPS advocate from Cambridge, Massachusetts. I'm deeply concerned about the goals and guardrails that the school committee is proposing in its new 5-year plan. You've weakened and retreated from critical goals and commitments on eliminating achievement gaps, the pervasive importance of culturally and linguistically sustaining practices, and measurable teacher diversity. You say you're still committed to the elimination of opportunity and achievement gaps, but the goals and your accountability have narrowed dramatically. That is a mistake. The goal of eliminating achievement gaps among all the major marginalized groups at the proficiency level is a clear student outcome and should be affirmed. Not to state this goal explicitly sends the wrong message. Not to name Blacks and Latinos while highlighting English learners and students with disabilities has sent the wrong message. Not to even mention English learners with disabilities is just plain wrong. Next, culturally and linguistically sustaining practices must be explicitly recognized as an overarching community value and should be incorporated into your outcome goals. For example, the only goal you state for English learners is progress in learning English. The English Learners Task Force has made access to native language a key policy objective, both to promote academic learning and to value the languages and cultures of these students and their families. Similarly, you've watered down your commitment to teacher diversity. You propose a vague guardrail on the value of a diverse workforce. For years, you've been under a court order, and you have made a commitment that the diversity of teachers should reflect the diversity of students. You need to reinstate that commitment and report on it. Finally, aside from one of them with students, the listening sessions you arranged totally failed to engage the community. Where is the legitimacy in this work? Slow down, reconsider, refocus on priorities like achievement gaps, CLSP, teacher diversity, and add professional development. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jody Fink.
Hi, my name is Thomas, and I want all students on Zoom to go to school, and I want every student that's on Zoom to go to school again.
Thank you. That was my son, Thomas.
Thank you.
He's 5 years old, and he is Black. I'm a resident of Charlestown. Commissioner Riley made clear on Monday that BPS is included in the action to bring elementary students back 5 days starting in April. Given how long it took to get a plan to come back just 2 days a week, about a year, parents are rightly concerned that the district won't be ready. There are, however, no excuses at this point. The science is overwhelmingly in favor of in-person learning for our youngest learners. And I want to stress, I am speaking about our youngest learners who cannot speak for themselves. We have known now for months that schools, especially elementary schools, are not sources of significant spread. The CDC states that teacher vaccination is not a prerequisite to in-person learning. DESE is maintaining its guidance of a minimum of 3 feet of spacing in schools, and the superintendent this evening mentioned parents are used to 6 feet, but we should follow the science, not what parents are used to. And this parent is fine with 3 feet if you'd like one data point at least. We also know how harmful this prolonged school closure is to our children. There is simply no reason to not fully open elementary schools, as DESE states. The hybrid in-person that begins next week is wonderful, but is merely a first step, and full-time school should be an immediate goal of the district. It is simply too difficult for teachers to be expected to teach both remote and in-person, as Ms. Robinson seemed to acknowledge in her earlier questions tonight. Due to these inherent challenges, the remote days of the hybrid model end up being very watered down and represent even further learning loss. Luckily, a full-time 5-day model solves this and also provides room for those families who want to remain fully remote to receive high-quality remote instruction from a designated group of remote teachers. We know this can be done and done safely because there are plenty of examples of private, parochial, and public schools already doing it. There are no excuses for BPS to not join them. Please do not apply for the waiver that the superintendent mentioned earlier tonight. Please reassure our children, your students, that the nightmare is over and establish a 5-day plan. There are no more excuses. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brittany Hampton, and Brittany will be followed by JJ Gilmartin, Mike Heischman, Sarah Lodi, and Alyssa Anderson. If you can please raise your hands in Zoom. Brittany?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Brittany Hampton. I'm a resident of Charlestown and have one son in K2 at the Elliott. A few weeks ago, I started the K1 registration process for our second child. During this process, I was asked multiple times if my preference was hybrid or remote. When I repeatedly responded that I thought that was only for the current school year, the register replied, "Well, we are all remote now and working from home, so who's to say we will be back at all?" This interaction was shocking and deeply upsetting, but I assumed it must be a mistake. Unfortunately, I then learned that approximately 60% of BPS kindergarten parents were asked their preference between hybrid or remote for the upcoming fall term for those who have already registered. Dr. Casilius has previously stated that the current focus is getting students back to school this year. Then they would focus on summer school, and then they would start thinking about the fall. That is a scary prospect. It will soon be spring, and there is no plan for the next school year. These children can't wait until the 11th hour again and potentially set back for the 3rd school year in a row. We live in the education capital of our country. I am pleading with you to ask for assistance. Your constituents want to help. Please utilize your parents, teachers, and the community to form a subcommittee and start planning for the fall now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is JJ Gilmartin.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, okay, great. So I'm JJ Gilmartin from Charlestown, and my son is in kindergarten. I've been involved in the group Voices for BPS Families, but last week I stepped back because our son has started at a private elementary school, 5 days a week in person like it should be. We left BPS because our son is entitled to a developmentally appropriate education. We did it because every remote school day included at least 45 minutes of meltdowns and screaming as Zoom scrambled his brain. He was gaining weight, and he was desperately lonely because we trusted you when you said you would open schools in October, so we had no pod. And we left because we do not trust you to keep elementary schools open for the rest of this year or open them fully in September, no matter what DESE or the students need. DESE says the students need. And now we know for sure that it can be done and could have been done all along. Our son's new school needed more space to spread kids out, so they rented some. Sure, the school is well funded, but they have a lot less money than BPS and a lot less real estate. They're also in a 100-year-old building. Their teachers and administrators collaborated to solve problems together. They did not fight in the press. They made decisions on based on the best available science, not emotion, and they implemented rational safety measures. As a private school, they had to open to survive. They do not have a captive audience, so they found a way. They have had 0 in-school transmissions. They have been open since September. They put students first and acted with urgency, creativity, and compassion. BPS and BTU leadership have not. A lot of Boston families prefer remote learning because they do not trust you to keep their children and communities safe.
20 seconds.
Now your failure to open earlier has destroyed the trust of thousands more families. families like mine. So I close with a question. What happens when nobody trusts you?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Heichman.
Mike Heichman, Dorchester, member of BEJA, Boston Education Justice Alliance. I'll send my whole testimony to the school committee. It's a lot longer than 2 minutes. Thank you, Dr. Cassellius, for informing DESE that you opposed the MCAS testing this year. Then Mr. James asked, why can't the school committee pass a resolution supporting that? He asked that question and you didn't answer him. So I want to ask you, why can't you pass a resolution supporting that? MCAS is educational malpractice. It's testing malpractice. It's racist. It always is. And it's a here. Now, if you can't pass a resolution, then please explain why this unelected school committee is also impotent. Recently, including today, there's been a lot of testimony at school committee meetings, especially by our young people, in supporting having our student representative becoming a voting member with a stipend. Meeting after meeting, the students are asking this. Why can't you put that on the agenda? Why can't you make a statement? What's wrong? What's wrong? I mean, the students are outraged. They should be. You've been accused of being disrespectful. You have been. You've been accused of being adultist. You are. This is ageism. Why? You know, you are demonstrating over and over again why we need an elected school committee. Now, I understand why many parents want their children to return to school, but children can catch the virus, they can get sick, and they can die. Yes, less so than adults, but this can happen. So please resist all the pressure from the political authorities and the parents. I know the parents are well-meaning, but please resist this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Heichman. Our next speaker is Sarah Lodi. She'll be followed by Alyssa Anderson, Marcy Axelrad, Sean Barrett, and Daniel Osmani. Sarah with us?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Sarah Lodi. I live in Brighton, and I'm the mother of two children, Julia and Olivia, who are in K0 and K2, so they are very young. So we're very happy that on Monday they are finally going back to school after more than 1 year. They are very excited. We're all very happy about this, and I really want to thank the teachers, the superintendent, the principals for making this possible. What I want to talk about today, however, is the frustration about the reopening. So as you know, yesterday, Governor Baker and education officials made an announcement about reopening elementary schools 5 days a week by April. I know that you are listening. I know that you want the best for our children. However, please do not ask for the waiver. So the negative consequences of remote learning on our children's well-being and academic development are very clear now. There is plenty of scientific evidence, and this cannot be ignored any longer. Also, you need to think about the economic impact on our families. This has been enormous. It has been a terrible year. I know many families where the mother had to leave their job in order to be able to stay at home with the children. So this is having a tremendous impact. Also, after 1 year in the pandemic, we have plenty of evidence that opening school is possible and can be safe. Boston Public School is not going to be the first district to reopen. We can rely on strong scientific evidence. So please take into consideration this science when making decisions about reopening in April and in September. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Alyssa Anderson.
Hi,
Earlier this evening, the superintendent stated that BPS is honoring the learning models that families have chosen. This is not the case. I would like my children in school 5 days a week. When I had to select hybrid or fully remote, neither of which is my choice. I selected hybrid, yet none of my children has set foot in a classroom. Requiring 3 7-hour days of screen time every week is unacceptable for academic and medical reasons. The rise in mental health incidents in children learning online is devastating. One of my children started getting severe migraines last spring with the onset of online learning. They were non-existent over the summer, came back in the fall, and were non-existent over breaks. They're caused by online learning. It isn't healthy for our children. It also isn't effective for younger children. Children are on YouTube and chat rooms are bored out of their minds. They aren't learning. Teachers are asking parents to sit with children to help them learn. This shows that these teachers are dedicated. It also emphasizes that their jobs cannot possibly be fully performed remotely. Few BPS kids have a parent who can sit with them during online learning. Online learning doesn't work. Our children should not have 3/5 of their so-called learning over a computer. BPS kids should not be denied the in-person learning that children in private schools and other public school districts receive. BPS kids will be at a disadvantage compared to these students. My children's BPS school is 2/10 of a mile from a private school that has been in person 5 days all year. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but this makes BPS look inept. Please make decisions based on science and facts and use DESE's 3 feet of separation requirement rather than an arbitrary 6-foot requirement which has no scientific backing. Please don't wait for DESE's mandate that schools return to full in-person learning. Science doesn't support school closure. Boston children deserve a real public school education with 5 days a week of in-person learning. Boston children and families deserve a fact-based plan for immediate full reopening and confirmation that school next year will be fully open to all students in person 5 days a week. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marcy Axelrad. Marcy? Can you please raise your hand if you're with us, Marcy Axelrad? Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Thank you so much. Good evening. I have to say, Alyssa Anderson, who spoke right before me, was very eloquent, and I fully agree with what she said, and I agree with what Emma Winger said. We really need to get our kids back into school 5 days a week. I have 2 children in the Boston public school system. One is a 6th grader and one is an 8th grader. We are at the Elliott School and we're at Boston Latin School. We're really losing faith in BPS, and we're really losing faith in this school committee. We need to trust you. We need for you to get us all back 5 days a week. We need for you to pay attention to the science. I understand that there's a lot of emotion around this. There's a lot of fear around these issues of getting back in the middle of a pandemic, but we have seen that it is safe to get back to school. Many schools across the country have done it. Private schools have done it. Let's be innovative. Let us help you if we can. We would really welcome the opportunity to have conversation and spend time working through what the possible solutions are. Use the data. It won't be perfect. Not everyone will be happy. Not everyone will love what they come back to because it will be different. Not everybody will have their choice be met, but get us back to school, enable these sessions, these classes in school to be recorded, allow people to tap into the recordings if they want to stay home, but get us back because this is what is best for the kids. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Sean Barrett, followed by Daniel Osmani, Megan Castro, and Susie McClone. If you can please raise your hands virtually. Sean Barrett.
Good evening, school committee. I attended a prior committee meeting held on February 3rd, and there was a lot of talk about advanced work class and excellence for all. According to an article on WBUR.com, in 2016, BPS expanded AWC curriculum to fourth grade students in 13 schools with plans to expand the curriculum to every school in the district within 3 to 5 years. How did that work out? Did it close the achievement gap? The article goes on to state that the Excellence for All idea was sparked 3 years earlier, which would bring us back to 2013 that this idea first gained traction. What exactly have you guys been doing? Every student should have access to the AWC curriculum by now. AWC classrooms, however, should stay. If a class must slow down for students not ready for the curriculum, the whole class suffers. You are creating a race to the middle. An AWC class should all be on the same page, but at least with Excellence for All, the whole district has the same book. Every student is capable of advanced work, but students reach potential at different rates. As you track performance with the dashboard programming that you mentioned, how you track students across the district, you will see where students are falling behind in the curriculum. You can use this data to increase resources and opportunities to get everyone up to speed where it is needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Osmani. Can you please raise your hand in Zoom, Daniel?
Hi, yes. My name is Daniel Osmani. I'm a member of the Boston Education Justice Alliance, and I'm a management information system major graduate from Northeast University with a minor in data science. And I have some pressing questions and concerns about the Panorama dashboard implementation that has occurred since the program was first in a pilot phase last spring. I looked onto the budget and it says we're spending over $1 million in the tech department. And there's some glaring issues I hear when I listened to the meeting last February 3rd about when the panel was answering questions about it. So right now I heard a representative in that meeting from February 3rd say we need to move towards the entire district using the Panorama dashboard. And I heard comments saying that we have pretty good participation. I want to know, please define what pretty good participation means. And I heard someone say and when I heard pretty good participation, I should have heard a percent number so we could be transparent and know about that. That should be public info. First, I heard moving towards having a more comprehensive approach to having all schools sign up for this fall. What's a comprehensive approach? The implementation integration phase is extremely basic to dashboard that should be seamless. And now doing this during stage 1 of the systems development life cycle screams major ineptitude. This is a information system rule of thumb. This is not an opinion. It's called enterprise data modeling. When you're rolling out a knowledge management system like this, every single school district and data access point should have been alignment from day 1. And if you're not doing that, you're digging yourselves into a major hole. And I have work experience in this field as well at State Street. And if this happened in State Street, the people would have been fired for doing this, whoever was rolling out this 20%. Information system. Basically, and right now there's some schools that have it, some schools that don't have it. How do we know that this is a deliberate attempt to ignore the data from schools that are underperforming? And on top of that, when we have all these schools ultimately aligned in
Mr. Osmani, your time is up. If you could please wrap up. Thank you.
Okay, and and when we have all these schools ultimately aligned into this, and you're skewing data because for a year, there's some schools that have not been collected data. And furthermore, there should be a policy in place. There should be a deadline for all these schools to align.
Mr. Osmani, there's a lot of people that are still waiting to testify. If you could please wrap up, I'd really appreciate it.
Yes, and all I can say is that it needs to be mandated that all these schools enroll. It should not be optional. And I would really appreciate if someone can reach out to me and give me more information and get me in contact with the tech department so we can make best use of this very valuable resource that is being butchered right now.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Megan Castro.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, committee members and Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm a parent to 3 BPS students who attend school in the North End. My middle child has been back in school for several weeks now as an HIPP student. He is so lucky to be there. It has been a huge improvement for him in the first grade in his academics as well as his behavior at home. My other kids are looking forward to starting in-person hybrid in March. Thank you to all of you who are making this happen. My main concern, along with so many families, is September. As I spoke about in the school committee testimony last month, what I really am worried about, along that no one has mentioned yet is the buses. Thank you, Delaverne, for the update on transportation earlier tonight. Great news so far. My son's bus to and from school has been on time. There's been a monitor there each day. The bus drivers and monitors greet him warmly every day. Also, we received the bus letter for my K1 student this week. I was impressed, Delaverne. Thank you to all the transportation team. But for September, I am really worried about the limitation of the number of kids on the bus. I don't want this to be the reason that the kids can't go back to school 5 days a week. I implore you to invest in transportation now and budget accordingly. Also, please accept the help that DESE is offering. Please abide by their recommendations for 3-foot distancing instead of 6. Please don't apply for the waiver that was mentioned by the superintendent tonight. Progress is happening to get these students back to in-person school. Please let's help get the progress going. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susie McGlone. She'll be followed by Musabwase Mugamana. You can please raise your hand in Zoom. Thank you. Susie?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Susie McClone and I'm a BPS teacher and I'm a resident of the Back Bay neighborhood in Boston. I want to begin my remarks by recognizing Ms. Darlene White Dotton, a Boston Public Schools teacher for decades who retired a couple of years ago. Exactly 5 years ago, the city of Boston recognized today, February 24th, as Darlene White Dotton Day. She was and continues to be, even in retirement, an outstanding educator who has created and inspired hundreds of students, families, and teachers over her decades of work. I've learned a lot being in the presence of Ms. Dotton for the several years I worked. Tonight, I've come to speak before you to ask you to honor the vote of the student member of the Boston School Committee. What are we teaching our students if we are not teaching them the truth, that they have a voice and a vote in their education life? Indeed, having a voice and a vote is an important lesson that gets taught from kindergarten on in Boston Public Schools. Let me tell you how civics is planted in the brains of Miss Dotton's former students. When I taught 6th grade at the same school where Miss Dotton had taught 1st grade, I had the enormous pleasure to learn with the students who had had experiences in 1st grade from her class and would bring them to my 6th grade class, all about the most important civics lessons. They learned from researching, practicing, and planning that they were a valued community to the city when they were invited to and visited City Hall. They learned that they were important members of the Commonwealth when they stood in Governor Deval Patrick's office. And of course, the class of hers that went to the Oval Office and met President Obama. I'm sorry, when Miss Dotton's class was invited there in the 1st grade, surely they have not forgotten that experience, and they hadn't forgotten it when my 6th grade classroom. From that early age of 6, 7, Miss Dotton taught these Boston young people connecting with and literally using their voice was not just expected, but by those in full power. Children's voices matter. This is the lesson Miss Dotton taught not just her students, but also the greater school community, including parents and teachers. Tonight, I've come to ask for us to show that we've in our system. Kimani James deserves a vote on the Boston School Committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Musabwe Mubagama. Could you please raise your hand in Zoom? Good evening. Can you unmute yourself, please? Okay, they're not responding. We're going to move on to our speakers who will be using Spanish interpretation. So could our Spanish interpreter please move over to the English channel? Josefina Burgos, Sonia Maldonado, Paula Ortiz, and Dolca Francisco will be our next set of speakers. We'll begin with Josefina Burgos. Could you please move over to the English channel?
Hello, buenas noches.
Good evening, buenas
Mi
noches.
nombre es Josefina Burgos, soy dominicana. Tengo una niña de 7 años que asiste a la Russell Elementary School. Estoy aquí para abogar por la escuela de mi hija, ya que necesitamos una educación virtual justa. Porque el internet no da abastos y el mismo siempre se frisa y mi niña se frustra. Ella pierde el control y se pone un poco agresiva. Mi gran preocupación es que los maestros no se percatan de cuál niño está en la clase virtual y cuál no. Si cortan el presupuesto, esto será mucho peor. Por esto, yo necesito que en esta escuela exista una comunicación más estrecha entre maestros y padres. También quiero llamar la atención especialmente a las autoridades escolares para que inviertan en un intérprete en español. Yo espero que mi voz sea escuchada como madre que soy, ya que no quiero que mi hija siga teniendo más frustraciones. Y pierde el ritmo y el interés de la educación virtual. Gracias por la oportunidad de expresarme.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sonia Maldonado.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can somebody hear me?
Okay. All right.
Yes, we can hear her though.
Okay, but yeah, because I'm gonna say it in English, that's the problem. You probably have the Spanish and I'm gonna talk in English. Is that fine? Hi. My name is Sonia Maldonado. You can hear me, guys?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. My name is, good afternoon. My name is Sonia Maldonado. I'm a grandmother and a guardian of January Ross, a first grader who attends the Blackstone School. I'm here to plead against the school budget being reduced because there are many current needs at the Blackstone School, and I do not feel comfortable knowing that my granddaughter is spending her days in a facility in dire need of expensive EPS. After the past 11 months living during the pandemic, we can recognize how much we value our teachers and how much they are put in our children. They do not work as teachers for the salary. They work as teachers because they love children. and they love to instill the love of learning in our children. I feel the teachers need to be paid fairly, and reducing the school budget could mean wage cuts, lower pay for many teachers and staff, or even worse, the loss of great teachers we currently have. As parents and community, we need to make sure our teachers are getting paid fairly and well. Other areas that we could be affected by budget cuts include supplies, healthy lunches, physical education, and the possibility of music programs. This may not sound like critical needs for the school, but they are critical development tools for our children. We have so many needs in the Blackstone, but I will only outline a couple. The first one is near and dear to my heart. When I think about January's well-being and physical education, I think of her desire to learn how to swim. I wonder why emphasis has not been placed on putting the school pool to use. January feels the school has so many great amenities that she could be participating, and I feel if the budget was allocated towards these amenities, kids could greatly benefit from such an important life skill as swimming. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to remind our next set of speakers who are using Spanish interpretation, if you can please move over to the English language channel on Zoom, then we'll be able to hear both you and your interpreter. Our next speaker is Paula Ortiz.
Hello. Sí, sí, ¿me escuchan? Sí, gracias. Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Paula Ortiz. Resido en Dorchester. Gracias por darme la oportunidad de escucharme. Yes. Escucho que quieren recortar los fondos para la escuela pública. Pienso que no es justo en estos momentos que están pasando nuestros niños. En estos momentos tan difíciles que están viviendo, para hablar de fondos escolares, cuando la escuela ahora que necesitan más dinero. Pregunto, ¿por qué no nos enfocamos más en las necesidades de las escuelas? Especialmente a la escuela que va mi sobrino, la Rafael Hernández. Los baños de esa escuela no están adaptados para recibir ningún alumno. Yo como madre pienso que los niños necesitan mejores calidades para un baño y muchas cosas que le faltan a las escuelas. Es triste y siento que Boston en un estado con tantas y buenas universidades y con condiciones económicas general tenga tengamos que mendigar para la escuela, que tengan un presupuesto adecuado, por favor, autoridades escolares. Por favor, escuchen nuestra petición, no corten los presupuestos de la escuela pública. Buenas noches. Gracias. Bye bye.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dolka Francisco.
Sí, escucho. ¿Ustedes me escuchan? Ok, sí, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Dolka Francisco y resido en Dorchester. Muchas gracias por darme la oportunidad el día de hoy. Soy mamá de 2 niñas, una de 5 y la otra de 11 años. Y estudian en la Young Archive School. Días atrás tuve la oportunidad de visitar la escuela. Ya que estoy pensando mandar a mis niñas a clases presenciales. Y al visitar la escuela me di cuenta que la limpieza de los baños no es tan adecuada para que los estudiantes la usen. En esa visita pude notar que los lavamanos están oxidados. Y la pared del toilet está dañada, está fea, sucia. En esta condición que están estos baños, fácilmente cualquier niño puede contraer una infección por una bacteria. O contraer el mismo COVID. Ya que esas partículas son partículas que se quedan en cualquier rincón que no está limpio adecuadamente. Por esta situación vengo hoy día a llamar la atención de todos ustedes y que escuchen que le estoy pidiendo que no corten el presupuesto de la escuela Young Archive. Ya que necesitamos una buena limpieza para los baños. Muchas gracias y buenas noches.
Good evening. Our next speaker is Argentina Villar.
Yo no quiero basura de la noche. Yo vine anoche para darme para mi cuarto. Yo no quiero basura.
Argentina Villar.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Argentina Villar. Soy de la República Dominicana y resido en la ciudad de East Boston. Yo abogo por la escuela de mis hijos, East Boston High School, para que no sea reducido el presupuesto. Creo que en cambio debemos recibir más fondos para implementar programas que incentiven a nuestros jóvenes. Con estos desafíos que estamos enfrentando en los últimos meses, las escuelas tienen más gastos ya que necesitan comprar productos tales como mascarilla, hand sanitizer, alcohol, etc. Además, con esta pandemia que nos ha azotado, los estudiantes deberían de tener a su disposición psicólogos para ayudar a muchos jóvenes que han tenido que enfrentar la muerte de un ser querido. Yo entiendo y estoy segura que por esta situación, en vez de disminuir el presupuesto, hay que aumentarlo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sumeri Garcia.
Yes, I'm here. Estoy aquí. Muy buenas noches. Mi nombre es Sumeri García. Vivo en Roseberry. Madre de un estudiante en la escuela Rafael Hernández en segundo grado. Nuestra escuela nos brinda uno de los mejores programas bilingües con los que cuenta BPS. No sería justo que nos rebajen los presupuestos cuando deberían ser incrementados. Nuestra escuela aún carece de algunas necesidades. Como más higienes en el building, más seguridad, más recursos para seguir ayudando a familias afectadas durante toda esta pandemia por la cual hemos sido afectadas. Y cómo buscar mejores estrategias para colaborar con la depresión infantil y o ataques de ansiedad en los niños. Necesitamos que el distrito educativo asigne un presupuesto digno para nuestra escuela Rafael Hernández. Para mejorar su estructura y que todos puedan obtener una mejor calidad de higiene adecuada y seguridad apropiada. En estos momentos donde ya se están reabriendo las escuelas, me gustaría enviar a mi hija porque ella lo necesita para una instrucción personal que le hará de mucho bien. pero siento miedo, no estoy segura porque no se está no preparada adecuadamente para su regreso. Nadie más que yo quisiera mandarla a la escuela, pero siento miedo de ser afectada. Necesitamos seguir apoyando a nuestros niños, ya que han sido afectados con depresión infantil y ataques de ansiedad extremadamente. Por favor, no piensen en disminuir los presupuestos, increméntenlo por el bien de nuestros niños, son nuestro futuro.
Thank you, Mr.
Disculpa, pero su tiempo ya se venció. Si puede terminar, por favor.
Our next speaker is Fior Ramirez. Is Fior with us? Please raise your hand. Barbara Kazuki. Ismari Suarzo. Alfonso Rubio. Good evening. Can you please unmute?
Hello, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Alfonso Rubio. Estoy aquí para levantar mi voz por una madre que por su condición de indocumentada no se atreve. Tiene un niño especial de 6 años en la escuela Blaston. Agradezco la oportunidad de compartir sus preocupaciones textualmente, me dijo ella. La pandemia fue y sigue siendo un momento difícil para todos nosotros en todos los sentidos. Entiendo que no es una tarea fácil para ustedes tomar ciertas decisiones en este momento. Sin embargo, quiero decirles que hay personas en situaciones mucho más difíciles y delicadas. Hice un tiempo de trabajo durante las horas en que mi hijo estaba en la escuela. Así que fue con esos recursos que apoyé mis necesidades básicas y la de mi hijo. Mi hijo está en una silla de rueda con un diagnóstico muy complejo. Usa pañales, se alimenta a través de unas sondas gástricas. Cuando la escuela estuvo cerrada, perdí un trabajo y en estos momentos me estoy quedando en casa de una amiga. Claro, fui apoyada por personas que conozco, pero soy consciente de que no voy a durar mucho tiempo ahí. Había encontrado la oportunidad de un trabajo para el mes de septiembre. Lo volví a perder porque no tengo quien pueda atender a mi hijo mientras está en las clases virtuales.
Seconds.
Sin embargo, se sabe que los niños especiales requieren cuidados muy especiales. Sobre todo en estos momentos que estamos viviendo con esta pandemia tan fuerte que nos ha atacado. Mi gran preocupación es la seguridad de la escuela, de la salud de nuestros niños. Sabiendo que el edificio de la escuela necesita reparaciones, las puertas, paredes, baños y aulas.
El tiempo se venció, sí, por favor, puede terminar. Gracias.
Ok. Quería pedirle que por favor que no quiten esto, que sigan ayudando a las escuelas porque necesitamos de la ayuda para poder salir hacia adelante. Gracias, muchas gracias por sus atenciones.
Our next speaker is Libby Mejia. Is Libby Mejia with us? Elvis Nunez. Lena Medina. Beatrice Cruz. Antonia Romero. Mariasca Medina.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Mariosca Medina. Pertenezco al área de Dorchester. Soy madre de 2 niñas, las cuales asisten a la escuela de la Ocean Garden. El motivo por el que estoy aquí esta noche es para abogar por la escuela a la que asiste mi hija. Quiero decirle el por qué no deberían de cortar el presupuesto de la Ocean Garden. Es una escuela con más de 800 estudiantes. ¿Creen ustedes si con el corte del presupuesto de la escuela puedan ofrecer lo mejor a todos? Estos estudiantes, pues lo dudo. Creo que deberían ofrecer más diversidad. Para todos aquellos estudiantes que asisten a la escuela, como mi hija, por ejemplo, pienso que incluir en su currículum académico clases de natación ayudaría a construir con una sana disciplina para nuestros niños. Por otro lado, quiero sugerir al distrito educativo y las autoridades escolares que la Ocean Garden pueda tener un invernadero. Esto es para que nuestros estudiantes puedan aprender sobre cómo cosechar sus alimentos y lo importante de hacerlo. Por favor, no corten el presupuesto de la escuela de la Ocean Garden. Piense en el futuro de todos esos niños y el crecimiento educativo, físico y ecológico para todos ellos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anna Cortorial. Claritza Rodriguez.
Ajá. Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Claritza Rodríguez y soy una madre de 4 niños en la escuela pública de Boston. Primeramente, quiero agradecer al distrito educativo por proveer interpretación en distintos idiomas. Como madre de estudiante de las escuelas públicas, tengo el derecho de pedir mejores condiciones para la escuela de mis hijos. Tengo un niño que tiene alta necesidad especial y este año ha sido un tiempo totalmente de atraso. Mi hijo no ha sido capaz de concentrarse a las clases por medio de la computadora. Sé que la escuela Condon abrió sus puertas, pero a pesar de que mi hijo necesita instrucción personal de los maestros, no me siento segura de mandarlo por la calidad de los baños, los filtros y etcétera. En ese sentido, le hago un llamado a las autoridades escolares para que aprueben el presupuesto adecuado para que puedan los edificios escolares estar en mejores capacitados. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Doris Gonzalez.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Doris González. Gracias por escucharme esta noche. Y de poder expresarme. Hoy vengo a levantar mi voz Ajá. Por la escuela de mis hijos. Soy residente de South End. Ujú. La escuela de mis hijos es la Blaston School. Y me dirijo a todas las autoridades del distrito educativo. En estos momentos de pandemia, todos nos sentimos nerviosos y muy preocupados por el presupuesto de las escuelas de nuestros hijos. Como madre de 2 niños que estudian en la escuela Blaston, me quiero referir específicamente a las condiciones que tiene el edificio de la escuela. No es justo que nuestra escuela le corten el presupuesto. Ya que necesita reparaciones en diferentes áreas. Por ejemplo, los baños, las ventanas, puertas. Y paredes y más. Me expreso hoy y pido a las autoridades que vengan a la escuela Blaston y puedan ver personalmente las condiciones actuales del plantel escolar. Hemos pedido en diferentes ocasiones que los 5 millones que prometieron para puertas y paredes se hagan efectivo. Y que podamos tener un edificio adecuado. Y no como está hoy en día. Con bibliotecas en el aire. Sin divisiones. Al igual que muchos salones de clases. ¿Por qué no nos escuchan? ¿Qué tenemos que hacer para llamar la atención? Tomen en cuenta la higiene y el bienestar de la salud de nuestros hijos. Muchas gracias.
Disculpa, pero su tiempo se venció. Muchas gracias, disculpa.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Glenda Torres.
Buenas noches. Hola a todos, mi nombre es Glenda Torres, madre de cinco hijas, las cuales 3 de mis hijas atienden las escuelas públicas de Boston. Mi hija más pequeña va a la escuela Blackstone. Con todo respeto me dirijo a este comité escolar ya que como madre y también ser parte de una comunidad, me siento comprometida de alzar mi voz por mis hijas y por todos los niños que asisten a las escuelas públicas de Boston. Esta noche quiero específicamente señalar la Escuela Blackstone, ya que veo la gran necesidad que haya más paraprofesionales personal para atender las necesidades emocionales de los estudiantes, grupos de apoyo, personal de limpieza y mucho más. Traigo estos puntos porque aún no sabemos cómo la mayoría de los niños van a integrarse a la forma presencial después de un largo tiempo de tomar clases en forma remota. Por tal motivo, la escuela debe de estar preparada para atender todas las necesidades. Que los niños necesitan. Por favor, les pido que reconsideren acerca del presupuesto de las escuelas públicas. Porque una escuela preparada brinda una mejor calidad al estudiante. Gracias y buenas noches.
Thank you. Our final speaker this evening is Rosalba Carbuccia. I don't see Rosalba in our attendees list. Chair Oliver Dava, that concludes our speakers for general public comment.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sullivan. I just want to acknowledge all of the people who testified this evening, but most especially our students. And I want to tell you that we hear you and that we as a body, I think I can speak for the body, that we strongly agree with you on the importance of student voice and that the entire school system is better served when we include the wisdom of our students. And that is why we have a student representative on our committee, and also why we included student engagement as part of the guardrails that we plan to adopt. As you all know, right now, we are in the middle of budget season. We are trying to adopt goals and guardrails along with metrics, create a self-evaluation for the school committee, agenda set so our meetings align with our proposed goals, and also focus on a safe reopening and getting to the critical work of supporting students to recover all the losses that have resulted from the pandemic. So I'm asking for the students to have some patience with us. We will come back to this and take it up at an upcoming meeting. And I did say that several meetings ago, so I want to say it again. And I want to make sure you know that we heard you. We acknowledge your request for supporting student vote. And again, we thank you for your testimony. And just for a quick point of clarification, I know there was a comment regarding the student stipend. My understanding, again, as was pointed out earlier by the students, that's great that you all have been doing your research, that the school committee does not ultimately make the decision on whether or not the student representative has a vote, nor do we have decision-making on the stipend. So again, thank you to the students for your testimony, and we will take this up at a future meeting. So our first action item this evening is for a grant approval in the amount of $25,000, and I will now open it up to the committee for any questions or comments. Okay, if there are no questions or comments, I would like to entertain a motion to approve the grant as presented.
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Is there a discussion or an objection to the motion? Okay, Ms. Sullivan, can you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. DeArujo,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Oliver Davila.
Yes.
The grant is approved unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. So our final action item this evening is the approval of 3 school committee appointees to the School Safety Working Group. You'll recall that last September, the committee unanimously approved a policy regarding preparing and sharing student incident reports and other student information with the Boston Police Department. The policy calls for the superintendent to establish a school safety working group that will be charged with further discussing issues related to this policy, receiving reports from the superintendent about the district's implementation of this policy, and making recommendations to the school committee. The working group shall be composed of 12 members, 3 of whom are appointed by the school committee. The superintendent has prepared a comprehensive memo with the names and bios of the full membership, and tonight the committee will take action on 3 of its appointees, and those are Angelica Martinez, will represent the East Boston Ecumenical Community Council, the Immigration, Youth, or Community Advocacy Organization outlined in the policy. Georgiana Orellana, a student at East Boston High School, will serve as the BPS student nominated by the Immigration, Youth, or Community Advocacy Organization, with preference given to a student who attends a school that has historically experienced a high volume of arrests or incident reports. And finally, Javier Flores, managing partner at Dinsmore Boston, will fill the position of an individual who is not an employee of the City of Boston, with expertise in law enforcement and school safety laws and regulations, again chosen by the school committee. I want to thank the nominees for their willingness to serve and provide valuable support to the district. And now I will open it up to the committee should you have any questions or comments on these appointees, nominees. Okay, if there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion to approve the appointments of Angelica Martinez, Georgiana Orellana, and Javier Flores as presented.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Is there any discussion or an objection to this motion? Ms. Sullivan, can you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. DeArujo,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Oliver Davila.
Yes.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. So our first report this evening is a report on early literacy. At this time, I'm going to turn things over to Chief Academic Officer Andrea Zayas and her team for their presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening to all of the members of the school committee
And thank you to the community that joins us via Zoom tonight. We are excited to share with you the important work that has been happening since 2018 to advance equitable literacy instruction across the district. Literacy, in fact, is the gateway for all other learning. So that makes us even more excited to share this work with you tonight. I'm joined by my colleagues, Christine Landry, Assistant Superintendent of the Office of Academics and Professional Learning, Jason Sachs, Executive Director of our Early Childhood Department, Brooke Childs, Early Childhood Program Developer, who's leading our initiatives around literacy in our earliest grades. And we're also joined by Jacqueline Elias, a K-1 teacher at the Blackstone, who will share some of her experiences in implementing the work that we'll discuss tonight, as well as a transformation coach, Maisie Suslovich at the Blackstone, and Dwayne Nunez and Unicia Young, who are both early childhood program developers, leading an initiative you'll hear about tonight called the Hegarty Phonemic Awareness Curriculum. Next slide, please. We're really very excited that the school committee has chosen to set a benchmark around reading by third grade. We believe that by holding us accountable via measures and efforts, that'll lead to student improvement in reading. This work that we'll discuss with you tonight is in fact about equity. The foundational skills are reading and writing, and these are fundamental to school success. And without these skills, negative cascading effects incur over time. We've made important and necessary changes to our approach to how we teach reading across the district, and you'll hear about those changes tonight. Next slide, please. A slide you're very familiar with. Our 6 commitments from our strategic plan ground the work that we're doing. In particular, our early literacy work is evidence of commitment 1, eliminate opportunity gaps. Next slide, please. In the Division of Academics, we operationalize that commitment through a multi-year what we must do statement to decrease the variability in instruction district-wide. And what do we mean by that? We mean that we know that there is incredible teaching and learning happening in our amazing district. We have remarkable educators, and there are phenomenal learning opportunities available to our students. Yet, they're not available to all. Not every classroom door that a student walks through is guaranteed to provide equitable literacy instruction that'll lead to a life of opportunity. That's our problem. Next slide. So what do? Specifically, our work is around adopting high quality, standards aligned, culturally relevant materials, and we've begun with literacy in our K-8 grades. Next slide. For our early childhood team, that has meant taking stock of our alignment, both to standards and to cultural relevance in the instructional materials that we use. Next slide. We use this working definition of equitable literacy instruction, which specifies the specific aspects of literacy that absolutely must be taught in order for young people to have access and opportunity to reading. There is a science to learning how to read, and it includes a systematic, explicit teaching of phonics, a volume of reading, and importantly, reading complex, grade level and beyond texts. Stoking a love of literature, pleasure reading of high interest, culturally and linguistically sustaining material is so important in this equation as well. We must make available to students texts that speak to their passions and identities and keep engaging them as they grow. I'll now turn the presentation over to Assistant Superintendent of the Office of Professional Learning, Christine Landry, who will walk us through some of the data about where we are in terms of early literacy now. And on that note, I'd like to just asterisk that this data presentation will be supplemented for the school committee with an additional set of data to give you a broader and more complete and robust picture of where we are grade by grade with the data that is available to us now. Christine? Christine, we're having a little trouble hearing you.
Apologize. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, apologize. So many of you know our early childhood curriculum called Focus as a curriculum developed by the BPS early childhood team and heralded for its beautifully interdisciplinary, whole child, play-based approach. As we took stock of our curriculum materials, including Focus, we started with the data, specifically asking what we know about how prepared our early childhood students are for grade 3. As a note, and as Andrea mentioned, we are highlighting 2019 data here as it was administered under more typical in-person conditions as opposed to this fall. However, we have included 2019 and 2020 disaggregated K1 through 2nd grade data in the supplemental data packet that we will provide for you shortly. But here in this slide, you see that children entered 2nd grade with unfinished learning in phonological awareness, which is recognizing and working with sounds, as well as phonics, which is the relationship between sounds and print in the 2019 school year. And in that year, we also saw that K2 had the highest percentage of students meeting or exceeding expectations in phonological awareness and phonics, but then with a lower percentage of students meeting or exceeding in 1st grade, and then only 36% of our 2nd graders meeting or exceeding expectations as the demand to apply these skills to connected text increased. Next slide. And we see here in this slide how unfinished learning in phonics and phonological awareness impact children's ability to read and to understand grade level text when we look at the oral reading data, highlighting the disproportionate impact on Black and Latinx students. Next slide. And as well in this slide, the impact with for students with disabilities, English learners, and students who are economically disadvantaged. I'm going to turn it over to Jason Sachs now to discuss some positive trends that we've seen as well with vocabulary data, and to also introduce the work that we are engaged in to respond to some of the data that I've shared. Jason.
Good evening, everybody. On previous occasions, we have shared this study that shows that when Focus is implemented with fidelity, students develop stronger vocabulary skills. This is in keeping with the research around implementation science. Next, we will show you that work we've done over the last 2 years to ensure that our students are making this type of progress, not just in vocabulary, but most importantly on the critical foundational literacy skills they need to be able to read fluently and comprehend complex text.
Slow down just a little
Oh,
bit.
sure, sorry.
Going very, very fast for interpreters.
Sorry, that's me speaking slowly. I want to introduce 2 of our early learning team. Brooke Childs, who Andrea mentioned, is leading the work, and Eunicia Young, who is a coach and a former K1 teacher. And they're going to talk about the work. And Dwayne, I don't know if he's still here, but Dwayne Nunez also has been doing a lot of this work, and he's here to answer questions as well. So Brooke, take it away.
Good evening, everyone. We can move to the next slide, please. So as we just saw our district data gives us some indicators of where we are effectively supporting students and where we are not yet meeting the needs of our children in Boston. So prior to 2018, as you can see on this slide, our strategy around early literacy was incomplete. The image that you see on this slide is called the reading rope. You may have seen this image before. It comes from a researcher named Hollis Scarborough. And what we see on this rope, on the upper part of the rope here, is that reading involves language comprehension. Reading also involves decoding or recognizing print. Over time, these two strands weave together to produce skilled readers. So we know that young children naturally begin to understand oral language, this upper part of the rope here, very early on. Some would say in the womb. But the ability to recognize written language is not something that develops naturally without instruction. In a very small percentage of the population, children will teach themselves to map sounds to print to meaning with very minimal instruction. But for the majority of the population, this process in the brain, which is called orthographic mapping, which is connecting those sounds to the print, to the meaning that we understand, will happen as a result of systematic and explicit instruction. So our past efforts around early literacy focused mainly on this upper part of the rope that you see here. And we've seen our children shine as they ask critical questions, share their perspectives and their experiences, as they grapple with complex topics through rich read-alouds and through play and project-based learning. But those opportunities have been insufficient to build the skills that children need by second grade to actually hold and read text themselves. Moreover, some of the methods that have been prevalent in our district around learning to read, as well as assessing early literacy, are not fully aligned to that brain science, that process of orthographic mapping that I just described. So for the past few years, we have been working to build resources and professional development that ensure we address all areas of reading. Instrumental in this effort has been a partnership with the Office of Special Education in getting our district teachers trained in Foundations, our district's Tier 1 phonics curriculum. So let's take a look at some of our other efforts on the next slide. We can go ahead and move to the next one. Great, thank you. So while we continue to use Foundations for phonics instruction, we've used it in the district for several years. What we've changed is that we've added something to it called decodable texts. These are early reader books that allow children to practice the phonics they're learning while reading about the topics that they're studying. Quite simply, these are books that give children multiple opportunities to sound out words, but while reading about an interesting and high interest topic. We've also added, in partnership and in alignment with the Excellence for All initiative, an approach to writing instruction informed by the work of Maria Brisk at Boston College called Systematic Functional Linguistics that is particularly beneficial for English learners. We strengthened the curriculum for English learners in other ways too, such as by bringing in more dual language texts. We've continued to work on these long-term revisions to the curriculum while simultaneously designing remote curriculum for the full district. Beyond these curriculum revisions, we've adopted a universal literacy screener, a literacy assessment that screens for early indicators of dyslexia. And in our transformation cohort this past year, we provided professional development for coaches and increased our support around foundational literacy. With the leadership of our colleagues in the Department of Opportunity Gaps and in the Excellence for All initiative, we've been able to do all of this work around foundational literacy within the framework of anti-racist teaching. We are excited to continue this professional learning and coaching to ensure that our teachers are supported to implement these curricular tools that we're providing with anti-racist and culturally responsive practices. So we know it's not enough to just provide the tool. And here with me is one of our school-based coaches in our transformation cohort, Maisie Soslovich. We can stay on the last slide, who participated in the literacy professional learning that has happened this past year. And she'll share a bit about her experience this school year at the Blackstone. And pass it over to Maisie.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm so excited to be able to give you some perspective of how this translates into the on-the-ground trenches work in our schools. So at the Blackstone, the biggest shifts that I've experienced this year fall into three main categories: our vision, our adjustments to early reading instruction, and our investment in professional learning and support for teachers. I think that all of these shifts can be traced back directly to our collaborative work with our central office department. I've been most impressed with our faculty's deep commitment to equitable reading instruction this year. Karen White and her team did some really excellent grounding and visioning work for school-based coaches like me over the summer. And because of that, we at the Blackstone have been able to get behind a common vision for what equity and anti-racist work looks like, particularly in early reading instruction. So now that we have that vision, we've been able to make changes to the way we use our instructional time with our K-2 students. This year, we've effectively doubled the time we spend teaching sounds and letter patterns. So now teachers are prioritizing 40 minutes of foundational skill work every day. To me, that makes it very clear that teachers are deeply invested in the idea that equitable reading instruction means explicitly teaching students phonics and giving students sufficient time to practice and master it. So we've upped our phonics instructional time. We've also seen a huge uptick in professional learning time this year. Because we have a full-time school-based coach and our early childhood department liaison in Dwayne Nunez, we actually have the capacity to do weekly professional learning and individualized reading coaching with every single member of our K-2 faculty. So for the first time since I've been at the Blackstone, we actually have the structures in place to execute a large-scale shift in practice.
I'm sorry to
priority.
interrupt you. If you could just slow down a little bit for the interpreter. Thank you.
Sure. And I don't believe that we would actually have the manpower to do that without the ongoing and on-the-ground support of our early childhood department. So at this point, heading into the spring, Blackstone has the vision, and we have the structures in place to help us make these shifts toward equitable reading instruction. So the next step then is scaling up the knowledge and skills that it actually takes to teach foundational reading well. Earlier this year, I was able to participate in the letters training through the early childhood department, which aims to connect the science of reading that you've heard about to the actual practice of teaching it. And I'll be able to share this learning with our faculty because I'm participating in the Letters Train the Trainer course. And I'm so excited that Letters will let us do more than just pay lip service to equitable reading instruction, and teachers will soon have the capacity to deliver it to our students. So with that, I'll hand it over to Dwayne and Eunicia, who will share a bit more about this capacity building that's already taking place in our schools, including the Blackstone.
Next slide, please. Thank you. Oh, I think you went too ahead. Back one more, please. Thank you. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I want to talk a little bit about the foundational literacy skills with our youngest learners. And before I do that, I want to talk about well, first let's go with the quote. Training in phonemic manipulation has substantial long-term impact on reading. And this is by a researcher named Kilpatrick, and this quote was presented in 2015. And I want to explain what phonological awareness is. Phonological awareness is the ability to hear and manipulate the sounds in words. Phonological awareness combined with phonics, knowledge of letters and their corresponding sounds, is how readers solve unfamiliar words when reading. When readers are able to solve words rapidly, then they can read fluently. Why is this important? This is particularly important for our ELL students learning English as another language, because they're working with letters that they might not necessarily have in their native language. And as we know, English can be quite tricky for these children and anyone learning English. The explicit and systematic teaching of phonological awareness has not been a focus and has been taken a back seat to knowing the names of letters and letter sounds. And as Brooke stated earlier, with all of the research and the trainings we've had with various people nationwide, we've learned that we have to bring this opportunity to our youngest learners as well. So one of the tools that we're piloting this year is called the Heggerty Phonemic Awareness Curriculum. And this is a 35-week program that offers 8 phonemic awareness skills with teacher modeling and 2 early literacy skills. They're about 10 to 12 minutes a day. And we're piloting the preschool tool. But this Heggerty goes from pre-K, which is 3-year-olds, up to 2nd grade. How we're doing it is that we're piloting Heggerty in 5 schools, which includes 3 BPS schools and 2 UPK schools. We're working with these teachers to develop resources that connect Heggerty to the focus curriculum. So we're trying to make it so it doesn't seem like a one-off, but actually using the tools that the teachers are teaching the children to add it in more to the curriculum that we already have established. We're developing professional development structures for full district rollout next year. We're developing assessment structures that include an assessment tool using Heggerty and corresponding progress monitoring tools. And we're thinking through some ways to make it more engaging. And one way we're doing that is we've asked one of our teachers to join us. Her name is Jacqueline Elias. She's a K1 SEI, which is called Sheltered English Immersion Teacher from the Blackstone. And I'd like to know for her to tell us how's it going in the pilot and what you're seeing in your students since you've started this. Jackie?
Good evening, everyone. So I am the K1 SEI teacher at the Blackstone. And like it was mentioned before, my students are ages 4 and 5, and they are all English language learners. Most of them come from homes where Spanish is the main language. My classroom is one of the first that has piloted Heggerty, and I have been able to successfully implement this fully and remotely online. I've been teaching Heggerty since December, and I have seen a great improvement in my students' phonemic and phonological awareness skills. And I believe that the reason they are doing so well is because they are getting daily explicit phonemic and phonological instruction. Teaching students these skills, we know, help them learn to read. And for my students, this is important because they are English language learners, and the Spanish language has completely different sounds and letters than the English language. This year, my students began with 0 letters and 0 sounds. And now I can tell you that my students are creating work that shows that their phonological skills have improved. We're doing a lot of artwork. We're doing a lot of practicing by teacher modeling. And on the slides, you can see these are some of my students. In this particular one where the girl is holding a turtle, I just asked them, can you please do an artwork that starts with the sound t, and then they're able to kind of create their own work from that. I do this also, we also use a lot of puppets when we're teaching the students to try and keep them engaged so that they are repeating after the teacher. And I've noticed that that has worked really well with my kids. I can tell you that they're getting really excited about this work because they're able to recognize patterns now. I see students getting excited about reading books because they can decode the words. And I also see them starting to do rhyming on their own, which is also really hard skill for a kindergarten, for a K1 student, but my students are doing all that work. And I can also tell you that it's been very easy to incorporate Heggerty on its own and also into everyday focus lessons because it's a very simple lesson and it's very effective. And I really believe that this work is going to help my students go into K2 being better readers because they're going to have the foundational skills.
Thanks so much, Jackie. We can go to the next slide now, please. So I'd like to ground us in the words of Zaretta Hammond, who is an influential cognitive scientist and author of the book, Culturally Responsive Teaching and the Brain. And this is Brooke Childs again speaking from the Early Childhood Department. Zaretta Hammond tells us, instructional equity happens when the teacher is scaffolding learning to the point that the scaffold at some moment falls away, so that the student—
Slow down for the interpreters.
Yes,
Thank you
definitely.
so very much.
Instructional equity happens when the teacher is scaffolding learning to the point that the scaffold at some moment falls away, so that the student becomes independent. Unfortunately, what I often see instead is over-scaffolding and permanent instructional crutches. Students remain dependent learners. They never internalize cognitive routines and procedures. In contrast, an independent learner knows the mental operations that she needs to use. So, as we embarked on the work of revamping our strategy around early literacy, we explored the question, what are the right scaffolds when we think about learning to read? And have we been using the right scaffolds in the past in our district? What instructional tools and methods in the early years will ensure that children arrive to third grade with the tools and the skills to tackle complex text? And so as we thought about these scaffolds, we thought about early reader texts as one type of scaffold. So there are lots of different kinds of early reader texts out there. Some focus on supports from illustrations. Some have predictable patterns where the child can use that pattern to guess what's coming next. And decodable texts are one type of early reader text. They're a type of scaffold. And they give children opportunities to apply the phonics skills that they're learning. So let's take a look at an example of some of the decodable texts that we've been producing. So what happened when we looked out at what was available for decodable readers, we decided that what was out there was not good enough for our children in Boston. Historically, decodable texts have little opportunities for meaning making, let alone cultural relevance. So we partnered with Nell Duke at the University of Michigan to create meaningful decodable texts specifically for Boston. These texts are a key strategy in our efforts to ensure that all children learn to read in Boston. What makes these texts decodable is that there are multiple opportunities to sound out or chunk using the phonics skills that you have. So you can see an example of one of the texts here. You see child activist Marley Diaz, and you see that you can read the words on the page using your knowledge of short vowel sounds, of consonants, of digraphs like sh, right? And the CK that comes together. So although the text allows children to study and learn about this important activist, they also are learning phonics. So now I'd like to pass it on to my colleague, Jason, who will share with us a bit about where we're headed in this work.
Jason, you just need to unmute yourself.
There. All right. So thank you, team. As you can see, some very work. This work is super important, and Brooke and Dwayne and Eunicia and Jacqueline and many other partners have helped us really improve it. And so you can see that this work is super important, and we are continuing to do it. We've set up a roadmap to get the work done. By 2022, all schools that want the focus materials will have access. By 2023, we have identified and started implementing a strong program for struggling readers called Tier 2. And we will continue to strengthen our accountability systems through the Fidelity Study, work with school administrators, and measure student outcomes. As you can see, a lot of work has been done, and we have a lot more to be done, especially to ensure we have high quality literacy instruction in all classroom settings. That includes substantially separate, inclusion, and second language learners. Also, we need to reach out to additional professional learning and support for paraprofessionals and school level specialists. In addition to BPS, we need to continue to deepen our support with our universal preschool, out of school time, and summer partners. As much of this work needs to be done before students come to the Boston Public Schools. Finally, you will see that we put in opportunities.
Sorry, Mr. Sachs, could you slow down a little bit? I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's fine, sorry. Finally, you will see that we have put in opportunities for measures that help us make adjustments internally and now for the school committee and the public to hold us accountable for this critical work. This work cannot be done by BPS alone, and we invite our funding partners to align their supports to these efforts that we've laid out today. We are ready and excited to answer any questions you may have. And that is the end of our report.
Thank you so much. I don't know if Superintendent, you wanted to say anything. I didn't give you an opportunity beforehand. You want to add anything?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I want to thank the team. And I also wanted to just point out that we are doing this early literacy update because you have the goals that you are working on. And one of the goals that you are working on is early literacy. And we hope to take a deep dive in each of the goals that you are going to finalize. I chose this one first because it is very much aligned to our strategic plan. And I knew that this would most likely end up as a goal, whether you change or amend any of these goals. We absolutely have to get students reading on grade level by grade 3, and that begins at the youngest age possible with our K0 learners. So I just want to again thank the team and thank you, Madam Chair, for your leadership.
Thank you, Superintendent. And I also want to say thank you to the team for your presentation. And if we can take that slide down so I can see everyone's face, thank you so much. Appreciate that. So I will like to open it now to the committee for questions and discussion. So please feel free to raise your hand, either virtually or in the box. Yes, Ms. Robinson, go right ahead.
Yes, too, I want to congratulate everybody on the hard work that that they've done to give us this beginning look at where you're heading. And and maybe this will come in the data that you'll be giving to us later. But in slide 8, where you were showing the literacy that children have at the end of grade 1. So these are for kids that are now, are these kids now in grade 3 or grade 2? I'm confused as to which year they're in.
Right, so these would be students who are in grade 3 right now.
They're in grade 3 now,
That's
okay.
correct.
So I guess the concern was in the 63% of the kids who still weren't at grade level, or, you know, in 2 critical areas. And so what's going to happen to them moving forward? And then if we were to go backward and to have that same slide with those same goals for each of the children from K0, K1, and K2, to look at where they are we seeing, I mean, well, we will have to wait until the new work that you're doing is happening to see where the trends will change. But what are we doing now to make up the difference in the issues? Because here's where the achievement gap begins. We're already seeing it happen. So how are we helping the kids moving forward, as well as the prevention issues of the kids coming into the pipeline?
Yeah, that's a great question. I can jump in, and others from the team may have other things to add. And so I think one thing that is so exciting about this work is that it is not just K2, but we're really looking at this work around literacy as a K-12 initiative. And we have dug in very deeply, especially with our transformation schools, but across the board through the other grades as well, to think about how we teach reading differently. Specifically in one area being what happens at that small group table at the back of the room, the guided reading table. And we have adjusted that work significantly to be in alignment with the science of reading. And we now refer to it as strategic small group instruction, where we are supporting students in scaffolding, with scaffolding so that they can access grade level text. This is a huge change for us from that approach where students were reading that just right book and sort of slowly creeping up in their reading. So that's one way that we're addressing the challenges for students beyond second grade. Another one, which I think is connected to what we're seeing too because of COVID. It's not only because of COVID, right? But it is, it's been increased because of it. And that is that we need to make sure that our 3rd grade and 4th grade and 5th grade teachers are as deeply aware of this work as our kindergarten through 2nd grade teachers. Before COVID, teachers had a range of students in front of them, and some they needed to call on other expertise to support. We believe that all teachers need to have those skills to support students, and we sometimes need those additional supports as well. So some things that we're looking into and going to be adjusting moving forward is to ensure that teachers, especially in 3rd grade, but also 4th and 5th, understand how phonics instruction works, that we have additional foundations kits in those schools so that people can use materials outside of their grade level to support students based on where they are. So those are some things that we're working on.
Yeah, as we're moving forward, I know that we have schools that have their autonomies. And the question is, are we going to now require everyone to use the same materials? Because it gets back into looking at those graphs and trying to understand what's the devil of the details. Who are the kids who are succeeding and what are they getting? And what do they look like? And what schools do they go to? And who are the kids that are consistently not exceeding? And, how can we disaggregate that down to the infinitesimal detail to really understand what's going on literally in every school in every 1st grade, to make sure we're not leaving any group of children behind because of independence, autonomy, or what? So that how can we make sure whatever they're getting is really, they're being held accountable to the same level of outcomes?
Ms. Robinson, this is one of our challenges that I've brought to the school committee a few times as we are really trying to work with school leaders around autonomy and then around what Mr. Corey Harris has said is bounded autonomy, which is just how do we hold schools accountable for the results that they're getting with the curriculum that they are choosing, with the autonomies that they've been given. And so we started some of this work pre-pandemic with our school leaders around autonomous schools, because as you know, they have autonomies around the curriculum that they choose and their professional development and schedules. And so we will continue to lean into this as we begin to think about 2021. But I do know from Ms. Zayas that we have done this in our transformation schools, but a number of schools have also opted into this program because they've wanted to be part of it. And so I know that Ms. Carla Jenkins, who presented to you before, has shared with me that she's just really proud of this work and how it's really helping her and her teachers at the Higgison.
Okay, thank you. I know my time is up. I have another question, but I'll wait.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Dr. Coleman?
Great, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. It's very, very interesting, very exciting. Let's have a few questions. One question for Ms. Zayas and the other for Mr. Sachs. So Ms. Zayas, my question for you is, and I think it's building on what Ms. Robinson has just identified. You have this plan and it's articulate, coherent, replicable, everything that we say we want. And you already have identified that you are disaggregating your reporting data by race, class, ELL status, and special needs status, right? So that's since you did it in this report, I'm assuming all the reports we're going to get will have that data disaggregated. That's question number one to you.
Dean Coleman, yes, thank you for your question. I mentioned earlier and just want to underscore that we do have a full supplementary data package to share with you that will have all of these data by grade, disaggregated by student group and different types of classroom settings that they may be placed in. It's important to us that you have that information and that data as a baseline so that when we return to this topic in a year's time or as frequently as you'd like the updates, that we can build common understanding of the trends, of the trajectory, of the progress, and be held publicly accountable for the work. We really are so excited that we're in the details of instruction tonight with you all and look forward to being able to continuing that conversation really rooted and grounded in the data. Yeah. On that note, it'll require that we have assessment data in an ongoing way, in a routinely gathered as part of a comprehensive and balanced assessment system that we're in really close partnership with the Office of Data and Accountability and refining given COVID and also implementing as soon as we're able to.
That's great. And I wanted to lift that up. It was there because it is the concern we're getting and a lot of our listening tours around the district about as we think about closing the gap, that people want to make sure that we're committed to that. And it's a good example of how we have the capability to have that data and what it views. So my follow-up question to you is, let's say we have this data, we've collected it, we have the good assessments, they're all working well, and we're not getting better. And we've invested a tremendous amount of training and support and time in this approach to literacy. what do you think will we be ready to change with our data? And what will you need from us to make that adjustment a safe thing to do? Because, yeah, I'll leave it there.
So is that the question for me, or is that for?
That was to Andre.
Yeah.
I should have said 2 sets of questions. I apologize.
Yeah, no problem.
I'll watch the time. I think a question about your question. Are you wondering if do we have faith in this set of strategic changes?
Oh, I know you have faith in what you're doing now, and it was well thought of. I participated in the process of selecting it. I thought it was very well done, and it's expensive. It's a big commitment. You have all these people who are organized around its success, and you're coordinating well with your early childhood teachers, and you're facilitating that. You're on board. You have a common language. You have coaches. You have a lot of infrastructure around this strategy. Well, I'm asking if the data is telling us we're not moving forward. That's a scary moment.
It is.
And what do we need to do as a committee that you can trust us to say it didn't work, we have to change?
I'm reminded of a question that the superintendent asked in one of the retreat sessions when we were talking about goals. How long do we have before we say we need to switch gears? And with an initiative of this scale, we're not only, and I'm thinking in part what Dr. Sachs would say, it's not just about the materials, and the materials are very, very important. As we saw in the presentation, they need to be aligned to the foundational skills and culturally relevant. And many off-the-shelf solutions don't work for our Boston Public School students. We also have to invest in coaching and ongoing support of our educators, which requires mindset shifts and anti-racist work really explicitly. This is work about shifting beliefs about what kids are able to do, really specifically Black and Brown kids, what they're able to do in the classroom. And really shifting those mindsets takes time, and it takes a commitment also to representation in our classrooms, in our educator workforce. And that is long range work, while also thinking about Jerry's question, Ms. Robinson's question about what are we doing now? We have to also provide the interventions, the additional support now, which is part of the plan.
Okay, well, Jason's safe because I've lost my time, but I want to follow up just a little bit more and say there's going to be a big tension for you to say you need more time. We're still in development. We're still working. We're still getting this right. And we're not seeing movement in the scores that we need or need and anticipate. And somehow we're going to have to find a way to have that conversation as a community, as a caring community, about how do we know it's worthwhile sticking with it. Now, my wife has stayed with me for over 30 years, so I know that patience can out, but it takes a lot of time and communication. So, but I'm putting that on the table because it's going to be a big issue for us as a community to know when it's not moving rapidly enough, and we're talking about wanting rapid change. When is it because it's hard work, and when it's, well, we're not doing the right thing, we have to change. We need to be ahead of that. But thank you. I'll get Jason on my second round.
All right, I just want to say, someone who's on a daily contract with his wife, I appreciate your comment. And I do want to say that I think this is an example of when we change. I would say that honestly, as a department, we have started changing our direction to meet what the data are telling us. So I would say this would be an example of it. We are having an early childhood sea change here. We're not doing the vocabulary stuff and the deep unconstrained conceptual development, because vocabulary is critical and background knowledge is critical, but we also need this area of work. And so I would say this would be an example of change.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would just share, Mr. Coleman, that this is Dr. Coleman, that this is about, you earned that. This is about continuous improvement and accountability. And that is what you're leaning into here with the team. And so this isn't just about the materials or a program. This is going to be about how we hold ourselves as adults accountable to getting results for children and not letting them fall between the cracks. And that is about being disciplined in our practice. And so
Dr.
that's the
Castells,
culture that you have to build.
I hope you know I am completely behind this, and I am loving the language and very excited about it. But I'm also very aware we're in a community that tolerance and trust of us to move forward is not as strong as we would like. And so as I'm listening to this conversation, I'm also hearing people who told us just within the past 2 hours that they're losing trust and faith in us. And I'm in meetings where people have an urgency about change. And you're talking about doing really hard, ground shaking work. And those I want those to line up with each other so we can stay working forward. And I just want to lift that up as a challenge and a point of anxiety for me, that I want to think through what we're going to do. But thank you, because I'm not disputing the clarity of the work, and that growing coherence is very, very exciting.
Thank you. Are there other school committee members who have not spoken who would like to ask some questions? Okay. Ms. Robinson, back to you. Oh, sorry, Vice Chair O'Neill, sorry. Go right ahead.
I was just going to strictly say I learned just as much from the group presenting as well as from Ms. Robinson's and Dean Coleman's, Dr. Coleman's questions on this. I thank the team working on it, and also thank the teachers who spoke today. Learned a lot from them directly what's going on in their classroom. So this just reiterates how important the early literacy goal is, and how this is critical to closing the opportunity and achievement gap. So thank you for this work.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Robinson?
Yeah, part of my question is about something I didn't see, but something that is part of what we're doing. With our work at UPK, we are critically working with community-based programs that are serving 4-year-olds. However, many of those programs have 1 to 3-year-olds as well. And so we don't have a lot of data. Maybe we do have some around the 3-year-olds that enter with us. Many of those kids are coming out of early intervention. But if our 4-year-olds are having difficulty, where are we reaching back and working with Countdown to Kindergarten and their work with families and younger children and our play groups and the number of organizations in the city that are there to do early literacy work, Raising a Reader, Reach Out and Read, the work that Jumpstart is doing. There are a number of other organizations that we need to help get on board, particularly the parents, the basics, all of these things, to say that to get our kids even to be successful at age 4, we can't let 4 years go by. So I'm not asking the district to do the work, but the question is, how do they reach out literally and touch the rest of the partners to say, we're starting here, but we're not gonna make believe that first 3 years does not exist. How are we making it a citywide issue that if we're getting the 3rd grade reading? And I think that, I think the work that grade level reading by 3rd grade did, they had that comprehensive look that it starts at birth. It starts with families, it starts in the community, so that we're all working towards all of our children being, completely on target by grade 3.
Completely agree with you, Ms. Robinson, and thank you for lifting up our littlest ones. We're really committed to the birth through 5 work. I'll pass it in just a moment to Jason, who'll make the connection with the UPK work. I just wanted to mention that we see this not only being a K0 through 12 initiative, but really a community-wide, district-wide, city-wide initiative and focus on literacy. We have to do this work in partnership with our nonprofit partners, with the libraries, with our
Yep.
families, with
Everybody.
the community centers, with our higher ed partners, and building a pipeline of teachers that are really well prepared with these strategies in their
Mhm.
toolbox when they hit the classroom door for the first time.
Mhm.
Jason, UPK?
Sorry, my phone is blasting with 25 answers. I mean, I think a lot of this has to do with relationships. And I think the universal preschool experience is we've developed much stronger ties with our community-based organizations. I think it comes from a place of respect. I think it comes from a place of mutually solving challenges within Boston. And today I was on a meeting with the early ed UPK providers talking about special education. I don't know if you guys know, but we've now funded 2.5 full-time equivalents to support students with disabilities and kind of link early intervention with UPK, and Tiara Dias has been leading a working group on that. And the level of problem solving with families, making programs accessible, using and leveraging the Boston Public School staff, the communication, all of that is beginning to take place. And I really think that it's the relationship we have with families and with community-based providers that is going to get this work done. We absolutely, half of the achievement gap already happens before they come to the Boston Public Schools. And so this work needs to happen early and often. And Jerry, I would say, Ms. Robinson, I would say that you probably should lead an effort on the 0 to 3 side, and we will partner with you and follow that work as well, because it's going to take all of us to do this work. And I can wax on if you want, but I would say the other thing I would say is measuring it is really important. We need to do early screening and we need to hold ourselves accountable. I think the kindergarten rubric that we've created really defines multiple areas of student growth, not just literacy. And so it gives us an opportunity to see the whole child. And we should use that as a school readiness indicator. And we should do screening earlier and more often so that we can identify students who need assistance, so that, like you say, what happened to the child in 3rd grade? Well, we could see that child as a 2-year-old or at birth, and do some interventions more early and often and give supports, and then measure it so that we hold ourselves all accountable to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know I'm out of time, but I have one more question, Chair.
Go right ahead. This is your area of expertise, so I think many of us will give our time to you. Go ahead.
I guess, as I said, wanting to go back to the data that you showed tonight, and it was interesting once I could see the numbers. The number of children in East Rachel group were almost similar across the number of Asian children versus Black children. I guess I would be interested in understanding, how many of those children are all going to the same schools? Or what, when we begin to look at who are those kids, are they all middle-class kids, or are they all going to particular schools? Did they all have preschools? Who are they? So that we understand who is being successful and where they're being successful, so that we can also connect with those teachers in a different way to help with some of the training or the other kinds of things. And just the reverse. Where are the kids going, or who are the kids who are not being prepared? And can we again go back and look, because we've got to stop that flow. And I think that sometimes is the harder thing to do. I know our teachers work hard, but clearly with all the hard work, we're not getting the outcomes that we need. So, and we can't wait till the end of a year to understand what didn't happen earlier in a school year. So what can we do for teachers who may have had the training, but still aren't able to get the results that we're looking for? And, and how are we even working with our college teacher prep programs in the city, who are sending us new kindergarten teachers, et cetera, to make sure their curriculum is getting them ready, so that, it's not all the training. We do a lot of training. A lot of our money goes into training, but it doesn't result often in the outcomes our kids need. So where else are we getting support around teacher training or parent training? in order to really help our kids what they need, and who are those extra teachers out there who have the right stuff that could also be helping us?
Ms. Robinson, thank you for that question. We look forward to being able to really dive into the data in a more nuanced way and be able to answer some of those questions together. I want to share also that in thinking about training, we're really focused on what the research tells us and what our professional experience also shows us about what works in professional learning. We know two important things. One, that what we call one and done type of training doesn't stick. Job embedded training and ongoing coaching is necessary for the learning to stick and for it to be applied in one's daily practice. You need daily, weekly, ongoing support from your colleagues, from a coach, from your school leader. I'm talking with my teacher hat on, right? And frankly, we all need that. So how do we create a professional learning culture in the district where we can talk about literacy, where we can really dive into those skills and practice day over day? So we're actually in partnership with the Telescope Network, which is a partnership between BPS and the BTU. We've started to spotlight and bring our humble experts, teachers that have emerging really quality practice into a space of where they can share with their colleagues that which is really working well inside of this K0 to 12 shift in how we teach reading across the district. We recently had a Connect and Share day-long experience in professional learning that was really led by those classroom teachers or humble experts, as we call them. So that's the one piece about that job embedded ongoing coaching and training. And the other piece was about data. Yeah, got it.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Robinson, I just wanted to add, you and I have talked quite a while about Children's Cabinet and coordinating services for those 0 to 3. And I know we, had talked about that. And so hopefully in the future, we can bring that up again about how we reach those 0 to 3 learners. And I just wanted to put that on your radar again, that's something that I still continue to want to do. And in order to be able to coordinate services for our 0s to 3 across the city more intentionally.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman.
So Jason, I've got, you said something I absolutely love, and then you said something that sent chills down my back. So I'll bring them both out. And so you use the word fidelity. How do you implement with fidelity? Which is a word that I would love to hear more and more all the time. And also some clear examples of how we're doing it. When you say about implementing this with fidelity, and you talk about the implementation science, and that's a core phrase. And if we're going to take things to scale, we have to do it. So what would be an example? And you don't have to have it right now, but I would love to have an example. When you say you use implement with fidelity, how do you know you're doing that? Because that's essentially when we're talking about doing guardrails and these new goals, that those guardrails are our theory of fidelity. And I think as a district, we want to be clear about that. And I'm assuming you have some examples.
Yeah, so as you guys know, we are participating in a huge national longitudinal study in early childhood. And as part of that, one of the things that we've maintained is we have to know whether or not the curriculum is actually being used before you can say whether or not the curriculum is useful. And so it has been a great process with our coaches. We have defined operationally and quantified the measures of the components of the curriculum. So for example, we'll do introduction to centers, and it should be 5 to 10 minutes. And the teacher should do X, Y, and Z, you know, open up center, say a brief thing about it, move on to the next one. So like we've quantified exactly what the teacher is doing. Then we get our coaches reliable, and then they code it. And then we actually have a fidelity score. And there's 2 scales. There's fidelity to the curriculum, and then there's a quality scale of 1 to 5, because there's a relationship between are they doing it and are they doing it well. And so we have that for every component of the curriculum. And then what we're going to do is we're training principals on how to use the fidelity so that they can work with their teachers. And right now we're using something called Seesaw, which is a learning platform for the remote curriculum. And we have a professional learning community with now 11 principals who are participating and helping define and measure what the quality and instruction looks like. And then we'll give them that tool as well. So I think as a district, fidelity is a muscle that we'll have to do, because as you can see, the data really swing on whether or not do we have the right curriculum, and is it being done well.
Yep. Okay, great. Thank you very, very, very much. Sure. Now the shivers down my back.
Yes.
You use and we're going to have the success. The data's going our way. The trends all look good. We're implementing with fidelity. And then you say, we'll share it with the schools that want it.
Yes.
I'll repeat that. The schools that want it.
Yep.
And Jerry's shaking her head with me. And how long as a district can we tolerate the ability of schools to turn down work that we're demonstrating serves our kids?
So that is a question for the superintendent and Andrea and others. And I believe we've talked about this, so I think they have answers to that.
Well, that is a matter of policy and our autonomous governance model. And that is something, though, that our Chief Accountability Officer, Mr. Corey Harris, is taking up with the heads of schools. And as I mentioned earlier, that we were taking that up prior to the pandemic to really look at autonomy and accountability, and also when we have these types of best practices, how we do lift those up across the district. So we will come back to you with that when that work recommences.
Great. And again, I'm going to put on the table from where I sit. That's another issue that as a community, broad community, I don't just mean the people with us tonight, the value of autonomy in Boston has been significant as long as I've been in this town. And to readdress what that means is something that we as a school committee will need a lot of help to kind of build a consensus between us and the community so that we can support you in this work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Are there any other questions from school committee members that have not? Okay. I just have a couple of comments and one question. I agree with Dr. Coleman. That was one of my questions was around the comment that, that we said about letting all schools that want it. That was what you said. And that definitely worries me. So I think of, just in my own work, if I were going to hire staff people and just let all of them, just do whatever they want to do with the young people, if we didn't have some agreements, how can I possibly measure? You can still have varied ways of implementing the way that you implement an activity. But I just think that, how are we going to know that we're getting somewhere? It's how do we not take away the originality, but still that we have a unified approach, because then we don't know if we're actually moving in a direction that's actually impacting our students. So that's a bigger conversation, but I'm am concerned about that. And I agree on the citywide focus and continuing to think about the children's cabinet, because there's only so much that we can do as a system. There's a whole, students that come to us at a certain age. So we need to figure out how we work across the city so everybody is supporting that 0 to 3. And there's a seamless, like handoff with young people that are prepared, and how, I like Ms. Zaya's comments around like it's going to take everybody, libraries, community centers, et cetera. And I completely agree with that. When you said seesaw, I kind of had like a, ooh, because just as a parent, I have not figured out seesaw. I'm going to be honest. Like, I feel completely lost. I've logged in there a bunch of times. Like, I don't understand. There's some glitch, and I have someone else's kid on my seesaw and not my kid. And I've tried to figure out, like, so my only comment around that is, and that's just an example, is like, how are you working with families on this? So I didn't hear a lot about that in the presentation. And I just wonder, like, what's your strategy to work with families on, the literacy, the reading, especially if you do have some families who maybe literacy is not, high. And so, like, if you could just talk a little bit about that, I'd be really curious.
Sure. So as someone who's pressing buttons furiously for this presentation and it wasn't moving along, I probably shared the same fear of technology at the moment. But I would say that Seesaw is new for us, and it's new for principals. And after the pandemic ends, we want to continue to use Seesaw because we see it as a great way of working with families, because it is fairly useful, and we just need to get better at bringing families in. So that's like one part from the technology side. Our curriculum, every time we write a year of curriculum, first grade, second grade, we write something called home links, and they are activities that connect the curriculum home. And we've done kindergarten conferences and have tried to continue to work with teachers to get them to partner with families in meaningful ways. To be sure, there's a lot more work to be done in that area. I would say the equity tool itself has really helped us see that we need to be involved with families as greater stakeholders in this process. And so starting with UPK, but we have set as one of our strategic plan goals is to have a family advisory. And I think that work will grow from there. And I think, again, the relationships and the partnering we've been doing with Universal Preschool is those families are coming to the Boston Public Schools. And so establishing those relationships early and often will be an area for us to do more of that work. I'm sure my colleagues also have plenty to say about this, so I'll defer to them.
No comments. Okay, I just want to say two things and then I'll go to Mr. Tran. I just want to say that that I was glad to see the opening, as Ms. Zayas was talking about, connecting it to closing opportunity achievement gaps, and also the commitment to data and disaggregation of data, so we can look at our populations, Black, Latino, ELL, et cetera. So I just want to say that I was really glad to see that, and thank you to the team, and also thank you to the teachers. Mr. Tran?
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak at this late hour. We've been, from the conversations up till now, we've been hearing about school autonomy. As a matter of fact, I've heard about school autonomy since the first day that I joined the board or the committee. And I understand that it is a policy decision. So in another word, school autonomy as a policy, then it is not in any way embedded legally in any of our city charter or any of our city bylaws. So it falls within us. Given the fact I understand that different schools with different cultures, with different student body may need to adopt certain policies from us in a way that would be contingent upon their student body and the needs of their students. I understand that. But ultimately, I don't know whether this is a political issue or not, but as a committee, I believe that we are held accountable to the community at large. So I do encourage that we should revisit this issue when it comes to, academic programs in a way, or anything that relates to the operation of the school, so that we can fully and competently assist the superintendent. So it's just a comment that I make. I'm encouraging all of you to revisit this school autonomy in an official meeting sometimes down the road. If it is in fact not embedded in any legal way in our charter or in our or in the city charter or in our bylaws or anything that deals with home rule petition, then we should revisit it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tran. Are there any other questions from other school? Yes, Vice Chair O'Neill, go ahead.
I just want to point out, Mr. Tran, great question that you raised. And obviously we all struggle with the balance between autonomy and centralized district. And it's a pendulum that often swings back and forth. I just want to remind our fellow members that there were really three different types of autonomy: innovation schools, pilot schools, and in-district charters. The innovation and pilot schools are both agreements with the BTU. And then those schools have applied to us to be an innovation school, typically on a 3 or a 5 year basis, and have to reapply. But then they do have a written agreement with us for that term of period, for that time frame. And then the in-district schools are agreements with DESE. The in-district charter schools are agreement with DESE that we have granted the autonomy to the in-district charters, and then it's approved by DESE. So I'm just reminding, I hear what you're saying, and it is a struggle as we think about, I think our opportunity to have those conversations is when schools come to us for renewals of their innovation or pilot schools or their in-district charters, as we have been asking each of them to abide by the code of conduct for restorative justice, et cetera. That's when we have opportunities to get them to agree more to district policies. Just a thought for us to consider in the future in light of your comments.
Just one more thing. Thank you, Mr. O'Neill, for your comment. And I understand, I do understand the different types of schools and the kind of agreement that they have with us. But again, so if that is the case, and it is the case, then when it comes time to renegotiate these kind of agreements, we should be more cognizant of the school autonomy issue, and we should look at it in a detailed way to ensure that the central staff, especially the superintendent, does have, does have an adequate control on how to proceed with all our projects, our programs, our policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tran. I think you bring up a point that, as long as I've been on the committee, it has been brought up, and the vice chair, I think stated it well between the centralized approach and the autonomy. I think we also don't want to take away originality either. And there are, schools that have boards, et cetera. So it's a larger conversation. And I'd love to also just explore how we also incentivize schools, but that's a longer conversation. So thank you so much for your comments. Go ahead, Vice Chair O'Neill.
Just a final comment, and in light of this, it may be helpful in the future if the district could present to us, they gave us some early literacy data of the schools that have the new curriculum. It may be interesting to see, how our transformational schools are doing, how our autonomous schools are doing to see, is this an issue? Or maybe some autonomous schools are doing great work. So I'd just be interested to see from a school basis, the disaggregated data that we saw before. And that's in the future.
Yeah, great, thank you. Thank you. Are there any more questions? Okay, great. Thank you so much again to the team for your presentation. I loved your little picture of Marley, whoever she is. My daughter's named Marley and I never see any Marleys. So thank you. Thank you guys again for all your work as well. So we are going to move on to our final report this evening, which is an update on the school committee's priority setting process. And at this time, I'm going to ask Ms. Robinson to give us a summary of the process to date, including the themes that we heard at the committee's recent series of community listening sessions. Ms. Robinson and I worked together with AJ Crabell, who was our consultant, that was part of the Council of Great City Schools, which the vice chair is the chair of, and because we are a member, we received these services for free. And so myself, Ms. Robinson, worked with Mr. Crabell to come up with the sessions, design the sessions and questions. So I'll pass it over to her to give us an update. Thank you, Ms. Robinson.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening again, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide the BPS community with an update on the committee's priority setting process. As many of you know, the committee kicked off this work by holding a series of retreats in December and January. These sessions were facilitated by AJ Crabell, Director of Governance with the Council of Great City Schools. Mr. Crabell led us through some thought-provoking discussions. The biggest takeaways were, A school district has one purpose: to improve student outcomes. And a school board that focuses on everything is a school board that focuses on nothing. That second point was a little tough to wrap our heads around because there are so many issues that we as a committee care deeply about. When it comes to educating and supporting our students, it's all important. But as Mr. Crabell pointed out, a tank of gas in one car will take you pretty far. But if you distribute that same amount of gas among many cars, none of them will get very far. No matter how good our intentions, at the end of the day, our time and resources are limited. That is why we as a committee must be focused and deliberate if we want to drive meaningful change. With this in mind, the committee selected 2 sets of measures from the strategic plan that we will monitor closely each month. From the strategic plan, we selected a set of priorities that represent the community's vision for what students should know and be able to do. We call these our goals. And from the strategic plan, we selected a set of non-negotiable community values that must be honored while we pursue the goals. We call these our guardrails. We do this not to replace the strategic plan, but heighten our focus on it, increase transparency, and share accountability for student outcomes. The school committee selected goals that focus on early literacy, achievement for English learners, achievement for students with disabilities, critical thinking with math, science, and literacy, and career and college readiness. We believe that if we accomplish these goals, we will close opportunity and achievement gaps. It's worth noting that these goals are not ranked in order of priority. You'll see that we have not yet added metrics to the goals because we are still in this pandemic. We have yet to determine evidence-based targets needed to measure its impact. We know that the impacts of this pandemic will be felt for years. We are working with the superintendent and her team in the Office of Data and Accountability to understand what metrics must be measured, to understand what investments are needed. We plan to present the metrics for discussion at our next committee meeting. Guardrails represent the community's values and are the non-negotiable expectations that must be honored in all of the school system's work. The school committee selected guardrails that focus on student voice and family engagement, community partnerships, equity and opportunity gaps, diverse and effective staffing, and social, emotional, and physical supports. When these guardrails are honored, they help create the conditions for student success system-wide. Again, these guardrails are not ranked in order of priority. Once we drafted the goals and guardrails, it was time to gather feedback from the BPS community. Earlier this month, the committee held a series of 7 listening sessions, including 1 student-centered session co-hosted by the Boston Student Advisory Council, BSAC. On behalf of the committee, I want to thank everyone who took the time to participate. We also created a feedback form translated in all of the major BPS languages to collect feedback on the goals and guardrails. That form is still open and you can find it on the school committee's webpage, bostonpublicsschools.org/school committee. We asked the community 3 questions. Number 1, which of the 5 goal areas is most important to you, and how can BPS best partner with families and communities to accomplish it? Number 2, which of the 5 guardrail areas is most important to you, and how can BPS best partner with families and communities to honor it? And number 3, what is one thing you're willing to commit to that would support the success of our students in Boston Public Schools? Here's what we heard. Some major themes we heard were closing opportunity and achievement gaps must still be our primary goal. The school committee is committed to closing opportunity and achievement gaps. We believe that if we achieve these goals, we will close gaps. We heard that more explicit language is needed about Black and Latinx students. The data we track will be disaggregated by race and ethnicity, so that will be our focus. Tonight, the committee will discuss refining the actual language. Finally, we heard that students place high value on anti-racist, culturally relevant studies and representation. Goals. Overall, the community expressed support for the goals as presented. We did not hear suggestions to add or replace the goals. We seem to be on the right track. Of the goals presented, the community placed high value on college and career readiness and critical thinking skills. It was suggested that the goals for special education students should be made clearer and more measurable. Guardrails. Overall, the community expressed support for the guardrails as presented. We did not hear suggestions to add or replace the guardrails. Again, we seem to be on the right track. Of the guardrails presented, the community placed high value on student voice and family engagement and diverse and effective staffing. We also heard loud and clear, particularly from our students, about the importance of social, emotional, and physical supports, particularly as we plan our recovery from this pandemic. Commitment. When asked people what they were willing to commit to, the community spoke about engagement and accountability. The community is committed to engaging with the district and working collaboratively with us. They are also committed to holding us accountable for being transparent, for providing frequent and authentic opportunities for engagement, and for keeping our promises. That includes honoring our existing policies and implementing them with fidelity. That brings us up to date in the terms of the process. At this time, I'd like to hand it over to Chair Oliver Davila, who will facilitate the next portion of our update.
Thank you so much, Ms. Robinson. So thank you for the update, and thank you to all the community that came to the sessions and for those that also gave us feedback via the survey. I just want to ask the committee if you have any reflections on the sessions, any thoughts on the themes, any comments or suggestions for any updates to the goals or guardrails. So just, we want to kind of take that temperature, because the next step is we've heard these themes, and then we'd like to hear from you. And then we will come back at the next meeting with a more final draft that also has metrics. And so we want to take your input now, kind of rework those. So any reflections you had on the listening sessions, and any suggestions, recommendations on the goals and guardrails based on what you heard. Yes, Vice Chair, please go ahead.
I'll speak up to get it started. I had a couple of reflections. One is the importance in stressing and continuing to stress, and we heard it tonight in public comments, that goal number one that this committee has articulated is the closing and ultimate elimination of the opportunity and achievement gaps. I believe this work that we are talking about are concrete steps that will lead to it, but we cannot let any members of the community believe that we are backing away from that goal. And so I think it needs to be in an opening statement, and we need to help people see the connection of why we're focusing on these goals to try to make that happen. These are the concrete action steps. So I want to give voice to that. The other is, I was very struck in the session that Mr. James and I hosted together, and I'd love to hear his thoughts on it as well, with the BSAC students. Very engaged, very focused. And in particular, they really focused a lot on the college and career readiness goal, and really talked a lot about the need for social emotional support, guidance support. I mean, to hear from a number of our students how they have been struggling in feeling that they're not getting ready for college, or even applying, getting help applying for college, talking to a college, that the remote has brought on. But how they saw it was important, that we believe it's a goal to get them ready and help them be successful in either college or their career steps that they take. It could be certification, it could be so on and so forth. So a lot of support around that goal, but the challenges they're facing right now in feeling ready for college and career, and how important it was that we recognize that and try to put the resources to bear for them. So it was really, really helpful to hear that directly, and we had a number of comments around that, and I just wanted to make sure to give voice to it.
Great, thank you, Vice Chair. Any other comments, reflections? Dr. Coleman?
I just want to say Mr. O'Neill completely spoke my mind in both ways. We had these big goals, but right now we have to focus on the approximate goals that we can make changes on, and that the issues of college and career readiness and pulling that off is a major challenge around 8th grade, 9th grade engagement. And so there's a lot of issues involved there that I think I'm looking forward to
working with the district to uncover and take care of.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Any other thoughts or reflections from anyone else?
Yeah.
Yes, Ms. Robinson, go ahead.
Yeah, I know that many of us were hoping for more participation from the public, and still hope that people will weigh in by adding to the documents that are online. But in retrospect, and particularly because of a conversation that we did have yesterday in the Opportunity Achievement Gaps Task Force, I think we were remiss in not actually having these sessions with our task forces, or maybe some of our parent groups, citywide, parent groups that are already come together to think about different issues in the district, so that we could have had more input from a wider variety of voices. Because I really feel that each time I hear others look at this, there's more that you learn and more that you think deeply about, and you understand the nuances that we need to get to, because people see these goals in many different ways. So I just wish there was more opportunity for more input.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Mr. Tran?
Nothing to add, just a quick thank you. First of all, I appreciate member Ms. Robinson who had graciously agreed to switch my session with me because of my illness. And more importantly, I really appreciate Dr. Coleman and Chair Davila, whom I had the opportunity to co-coordinate the sessions that were assigned to me. Without your professional expertise, I don't know how I would survive those two. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tran. I think you did fantastic. So it was great facilitating with you as well. Any other comments? Okay. I would say, my reflections are that I agree with you, Ms. Robinson. I think that my style is not to go fast, and maybe that's not always the best, but I think we wanted to get in line with the budget. So I think in retrospect, I would probably have done the sessions differently. And the way that we did them when we did the superintendent search, which was to team up with other community-based organizations. And that took more time. We planned it out better. So I think I would have done that with more time. And we did reach out to CPC and SPED PAC. So just so you know that we did do that, and they opted to have that they were going to come to the sessions that we were giving. But I agree with you, in retrospect, it's for the future, when we have any other listening sessions, I think that we should go to our task forces, and we should also team up with our community-based organizations. And my other reflection, is it was a great session with the youth and the students, and hearing about their experiences and really supporting that college and career goal, and also the social emotional. So that really resonated. And lastly, I think for me, it was great to be able to be in sessions with Mr. Tran, with Ms. Robinson, with Dr. Rivera, where we had some discussion, which we never really get to have because we have, a different forum here that we go by. So I thought it was just really great to be able to do that. So looking ahead at our March 17th school committee meeting, we plan to present metrics for each of the goals and we invite further feedback. As Ms. Robinson said, on our website, the survey will be up until Friday. So we invite all teachers, students, parents, community members to please give any feedback. We will still use that, incorporate it. And our plan is to vote on the final goals and guardrails on March 24th, the same night that we vote on the superintendent's final FY22 budget recommendation. And once the goals and guardrails are fully adopted, as a school committee, we will redesign everything we do to monitor these priorities and focus our work around them. We will redesign what our meetings look like to focus more time on ensuring that the goals are met and the guardrails are honored. We'll focus a greater percentage of our time each month on monitoring student growth to ensure that we are moving in the right direction. We will evaluate the budget on its alignment with the goals and guardrails. We will evaluate the superintendent based on accomplishment of goals and adherence to the guardrails. We will also evaluate ourselves by creating a school committee self-assessment tool. The community's vision, our goals, and the community's values, our guardrails, will be at the center of everything we do. So our agendas will all be set around these goals. I want to thank everyone who took the time to attend our listening sessions. We had a few people who attended multiple sessions. You get gold stars for that. Thank you to BSAC for co-hosting the student session, which was the most well-attended, not a surprise there. Our students are amazing. I think we all know that. I want to give a special thanks to my fellow members for all of the time that you devoted to this process. We had lots of additional sessions recently. And this, of course, is in addition to your day jobs. So I just want to say I really appreciate all of you. We are entering the home stretch in this process, and I look forward to reaching consensus on these goals and guardrails as a community so that we can improve student outcomes and drive real change. So again, thank you all. And thank you to the BPS staff who helped us with the sessions, Ms. Sullivan and team, Ms. Parvex, and also to all of the interpreters that we had for these sessions. I really thank you for that. And now we will move on to public comments of reports. Ms. Sullivan?
Thank you, Chair. We have no speakers or public comment on reports.
Okay. Great, thank you. So I'd like to open up if there's any new business. Okay, great. So this concludes our business for this evening. The school committee will hold our second remote FY22 budget hearing on Tuesday, March 9th at 5 p.m. on Zoom. And the focus of that meeting will be the central budget. On Wednesday, March 17th, the committee will hold its final FY22 budget hearing at 5 p.m., immediately followed by a regular school committee meeting. So if there's nothing further, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Tran. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, can you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Mr. DeArujo,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Ms. Oliver Davila.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Good night,
night.
everybody.
Good night.
See you.